Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Guam Human Rights Conference with a focus on poverty in Guam and in the Pacific. I'm Dr. Erica Anderson, along with Mary Kate Saliva. We are the co-founders of the Guam Human Rights Initiative, and we really appreciate you being here today and taking part in this, as everyone's insight into these massive, complex issues are incredibly important. You didn't come here to listen to me, though, so I would like to introduce our opening remarks today. We will be joined by Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio. I'll hand right over to you. Thank you, sir.
Morning, everybody. All right, so poverty is such a critical issue to focus in on. It is, in my mind, something that we have to confront. We have generational poverty that has occurred on this island, and in many ways, the poverty has undermined our ability to grow as an economy, but really to expand and improve the quality of life of people. So over the course of my career, I've been really focused on poverty, and I'll tell you why. When I was the administrator of the court, and I pay a special attention to the number of children that are involved in both the child welfare system and the juvenile justice system, the data is rather telling. And I'll tell you that when you speak with people in education and in healthcare, you'll see that the cross-section of folks on the island that are likely to have low academic achievement, that have very risky, high health outcomes, and their involvement in the juvenile justice and criminal justice system is almost predominantly the same group of people. And the same group of people are suffering from poverty. And in poverty, I think the most dangerous element in poverty is hopelessness. And that's why I spend a lot of time trying to develop and establish youth programs so that youth will be able to have an opportunity to get out of poverty. And let me tell you how troubling it is. One of the data points that I see often, good morning to Judge Barcinas, by the way, I just see him. One of the data points that I've seen is that there is an over-involvement of one of our minority populations in the juvenile justice system. And it's a hard thing for us as a community to confront, but it's a truth that needs to be confronted so we can figure out how we can help. So if I told you that at one point in time, 90% of the youth that were detained were Chuukese males, what would you say? I would tell you that it's a big problem because only 10% of our population are Chuukese, so only 10% of the youth detention population should be Chuukese. That means that we have an overrepresentation in our community of a specific group that's getting in trouble. When you go further and you'll take a look at the academic discipline reports, you're going to see an over-involvement again of that one minority group. And it's something that people maybe don't want to talk about, but if we're going to try and help, we need to be able to give some empowerment to that group. I don't have much time, so I'm going to focus in on this group to kind of maybe talk about, and this can be applied to different groups in different sectors of the island. In this group, we see a large, judges will tell you that sometimes in child welfare cases, it's hard to understand who has legal guardianship of a juvenile. And that's because of the communal nature, the family nature of that society. Sometimes there are juveniles that are under the care of an extended family member. And when they come to school, sometimes they don't have a birth certificate with them. In fact, we discovered that sometimes the child welfare system was an entry into going to school because, as you know, if you don't have proper documentation, they're not going to enroll you in school. And a lot of the work we've done with the courts is trying to figure out how we can address that so we can get these children into school and be able to kind of give them those supports. The other thing is, and the example I want to tell you is our Department of Youth Affairs Director, Lonnie Brennan, she and I worked together with Judge Barcinas before. And She was telling me a story where she interviewed three of these young males, right? They're maybe about 13, 14 years old, had been detained for uh, uh, one of them, I think it could have been for assault, it's meaning they got into a pretty heavy fight. They were arrested. So she asked the three of them, each individually, um, where do you see yourself in 5 years? One of the youth said that he sees himself dead. Second one said he sees himself in jail. And the third one wasn't quite sure where he would be. I just want to bring that back to this issue of hopelessness. And so when you're talking and speaking with some of the youth, and they're telling you that, well, the reason why they're out at night late, right? They got in trouble. They're going back to a one-bedroom apartment where there are 10 people living there. How would you possibly be able to stay in a small confined space with 10 people, right? It is really hard. And so organizations like Manyetlu, for example, which provides a lot of community services, provides outlets and programs for children to be able to have activities outside of that very confined environment, are programs that I think need to be supported and expanded. It was a shame, I would say, last year when a movement to identify property which had previous legislatures had already set aside for community centers, when we had Chuukie's community that wanted to get property to build a community center, and at the legislature, the whole movement was torpedoed because people didn't want to give property, public property, to a minority group, right? Even though the Palauans, by the way, have had Ibais here for decades. So what does that tell us about our community? That we need to be able to understand what kind of opportunities we can do in the government, in the private sector, in civil society to provide these outlets and confront. Let me just also shift now to generational poverty. And by the way, on the Chuukie's group, I'm a big proponent. You know what? These kids are too Western enough to fit into some society, and sometimes they're too Chuukie's in order to come into this society. They're having a situation where they're having this identity. What am I? And I'm always been a big proponent. If you know, you're stronger when you know and you can value where you came from. So having cultural and providing supports, cultural programming, so that and language programming, so these Chuukie's youth are able to understand what a very vibrant, strong, and historic background they come from. That they come from islands that are marvel in the world. That they have strong leaders that have been able to accomplish so much. And by the way, that their ancestors have migrated to Guam. Some of their distant relatives migrated to Guam at different parts of the island, right? Those are things. Now, let me just shift quickly to generational poverty. We do have a lot of families, especially up north, that are living in the traditional Arendu or the Chamorro Land Trust lands. And I'm one of those that believe that that program, which was designed to empower, is actually sort of holding people hostage in terms of poverty. How could you be given a residential lot but not be able to build on the property because you can't mortgage the lot? You don't own it, right? So what programs can develop so that people that have the ability to construct can utilize these lands and really try and have a home that is safe? We have a lot of substandard homes on Guam. And if you notice, even though that tropical storm that fortunately missed us was approaching, we open shelters. Why do we open shelters? Because if you've been on the ground, like those people that volunteer in the Homeless Coalition or across the government to go and do the point in time count, you'll see that some people are living in conditions that are not going to be able to survive high winds, that will not be able to move past even what we used to call banana storms, right? And so providing outlets and opportunities and different methods to help utilize properties and help them construct is where we need to be. Fortunately, the legislature just passed something earlier this year that's going to allow some of these residential lot owners to try and go with those ability to pay to build in a new subdivision, but more of that needs to happen. And I think that we have to be able to confront what we need to do and give people pipelines to empower themselves and get themselves out of poverty. So I hope that everybody that's coming here today to this conference has a heart, right? And that means that you're committed to different aspects of it. Some people here are part of the recovery community, right? We have 3 generations of households that are addicted to meth. Very complicated for us to try and intervene, but we can't lose hope, and we have to provide and expand programs that can be able to rescue people out of those conditions. Some people out here are focused on youth. Some people are focused on food, trying to eliminate or push back on the food insecurity that we have because of our over-reliance on things from the outside, trying to make sure that we focus on agriculture and ways that we can empower ourselves. Those are all things that I'm looking forward to hearing about the exchange that all of you will have. And I'll just close my remarks by saying that the essential reason why we established Guam Green Growth was to, in a big picture, try to recognize, empower, and direct resources to address issues, sustainable development issues. And as you know, the #1 goal, the first goal of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals is the elimination of poverty. And the reason why it's #1 is because it is an overarching issue that affects everything, including our natural resources, including our cultural resources. So I'm looking forward to all of you continuing with the fight, expanding the knowledge base, and figuring out how to empower people that might not have those outlets. And I really thank you very much for your attention today. And I'll just pivot and tell you that I'm excited to introduce to you a daughter of Guam, a good friend of mine, that is Academy of Guam, Academy of Our Lady graduate. I won't tell you the year because she'll probably copla me. Copla, by the way, means confront, or but Ambassador Chantel Wong grew up in Guam. She served at the highest levels of our federal government. She served in the Clinton administration in key positions. President Biden appointed her to be the ambassador of the the U.S. ambassador to the Asian Development Bank. She's been out in the Philippines, where the Asian Development Bank is headquartered. She's been doing great work trying to find opportunities for the first world or the developing world to leverage their financial resources and technical assistance to lift the developing world out of poverty. And she has been able to identify and go across the regions of the Pacific to identify opportunities to empower people. So I know that we have some technology coming on, but ladies and gentlemen, appearing before us virtually is Ambassador Chantel Wong, a daughter of Guam. Si Dus Masi.
Afade, thank you, Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio. I definitely cherish our long-standing friendship that we've had over the many decades, especially since I was in Guam, as you mentioned. So thank you, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and friends, and good morning, Hafade. Greetings from Manila, Philippines. My deep appreciation to the Guam Human Rights Initiative for inviting me to be part of this important conference, convening experts, practitioners, and leaders from the public, private, and the third sector on Guam. Before I talk a little bit about the Asian Development Bank, I want to touch on my personal connection to the region. The Lieutenant Governor has mentioned it. I spent most of my formative years in the Pacific. I still fondly recall my days in Guam, in Hawaii, where I went to high school, as well as my undergraduate. So I am a daughter of the islands. I have deep appreciation for what makes the Pacific so unique and so full of potential. And it's the reason that I'm so excited to speak before you today about poverty in the Pacific. So let me say a little bit about my role as well as the ADB. I'm the U.S. Executive Director and Ambassador to the Asian Development Bank. The ADB, based in Manila, Philippines, is committed to achieving a prosperous, inclusive, resilient, sustainable Asia and the Pacific, while sustaining its efforts to eradicate poverty, extreme poverty. Established in 1966, it is owned by 69 member countries. We just got a brand new member, Israel. 49 of the Pacific, 49 of them are in the Pacific, Asia Pacific region. ADB assists its members and partners by providing loans, technical assistance, grants, and equity investments. So we do a lot with the private sector as well, by facilitating policy dialogues, providing advisory services, and mobilizing financial resources through co-financing that taps official, commercial, and export credit sources. The United States is a founding member of the ADB and the co-largest shareholder, along with Japan. I represent the United States on the board of directors, which is responsible for approving the bank's key policies and investments, providing day-to-day operational oversight here. Today, I want to focus on your region, in the Pacific region, and share some of the areas in which ADB is working with governments to achieve the goal of alleviating poverty. The Pacific region, including Guam, is home to some of the most vulnerable communities in the world. The lieutenant governor mentioned about the particular populations there in Guam. But definitely these communities are facing the dual challenges of economic instability and the existential threat of climate change. To address these challenges, consider effort of local governments, civil society, and international financial institutions, such as the ADB, must be put together to attack these challenges. This includes strengthening government institutions, helping improve the quality and delivery of services to the public. ADB's work is focused on a number of areas, including public expenditure, economic affairs, decentralization, and public administration. Through these strategic investments and cooperation, we create sustainable solutions to these challenges, leveraging international funding alongside local government governance to drive real change. So why is, the Lieutenant Governor mentioned this about sustainable development. Why is sustainable development, or what is the importance of sustainable development to tailor to small island economies? It is very different, and we talk about that quite a bit. So ADB recognizes that there are structural constraints in the Pacific, such as small populations, land areas, dispersion, and a elevated exposure to disasters and effects of climate change that can drive exceptional challenges to these challenges are compounded by economic vulnerability, high cost structures, unequal access to services, high impact resilience, and limited exports. The Pacific also experiences significant capacity and governance constraints, which undermines government's ability to address other challenges. So ADB supports the Pacific countries to address these challenges by building capacity to prepare and respond to shocks, delivering sustainable services, as well as supporting inclusive growth. With strong support from the United States, ADB is stepping up its efforts in the Pacific to provide high quality development assistance, including concessional financing, technical assistance, and policy advice. We're actively urging ADB, the United States, through me, have been urging ADB to increase its field presence, getting closer to the bank's clients. For example, in 2018, we approved a proposal for ADB to convert existing missions and establish a new country office throughout establish new country offices throughout the region. And we're actually in the process of thinking that through as we speak this year. ADB now has a robust permanent residence, permanent presence in 11 Pacific Island countries, which proved a key asset during the COVID-19 pandemic, with traveling being extremely challenging and restricted in these countries. So let me spend a little bit to talk about what ADB is focused on looking forward. I want to highlight that there's economic governance, infrastructure governance, addressing climate change, social inclusion, and capacity development. So on economic governance, COVID-19 has had significant impact on the Pacific Island countries due to the openness and the small size of their economies. On the positive side, many countries avoided early large-scale spread of COVID-19 because of geographic remoteness, as they strictly control early entry in the 2020. On the other hand, they face economic challenges from curtailed tourism, restrictions on imports, and reduced government revenues, raising stimulus and health expenditures. With the pandemic and the Russian invasion of Ukraine creating distress in the Pacific countries, countries are facing delicate balance between supporting economic recovery, containing inflationary pressures, and operating under fiscal constraints with high debt levels. ADB supports the Pacific in meeting these upstream challenges by strengthening macroeconomic, financial, and fiscal resilience to disasters and climate change, and respond to other exogenous shocks in both small island developing and fragile states. ADB supported the strengthening of legislation, for example, and regulation governing the Pacific financial management in Pacific countries, including Fiji and Tonga. ADB has also supported Solomon Islands, for example, to review its tax structure to move from more modern more modern arrangements. The current tax system constrains growth, is antiquated, is inefficient, and complex, and anti-competitive. So these are some of the things that we're working on. We're also working on to support improved procurement in the Pacific, helping governments ensure that there's value for money. For example, in Kiribati, it supports the development of the 2019 Public Procurement Act and the 2020 procurement regulations. Established the Central Procurement Unit, develop model documents to guide and support procurement. So these are some of the things that we're working on in economic governance. On infrastructure governance, the quality of an infrastructure is indispensable to our effort to build accessible, inclusive, resilient, and efficient infrastructure to achieve the sustainable development goals. ADB's Strategy 2030, as well as our midterm review of the Strategy 2030 and the G20 quality governance infrastructure principles are aligned to their objectives to improve infrastructure governance. So we're working to improve strengthening governance as well as institutional capacity, considering sort of the legal and regulatory environment, social impacts, gender, climate resilience, transparency, and fiscal and debt sustainability. So it is critical to balance these vital demands for critical infrastructure financing with an emphasis on policy, legal, and regulatory and institutional framework. So we're working on many of those. One particular aspect of the overarching governance for state-owned enterprises, as you know, many of the Pacific Island countries are working through these state-owned enterprises. It's the outsized influence of these entities particularly on Pacific economies, making sure that they run efficiently and in the public interest is vital importance. Unfortunately, some SOEs often experience inappropriate political interference and directions to undermine activities that are not commercially viable. We've seen some examples of that in the history of that in the Pacific. Now, the ADB Private Sector Development Initiative, TSDI, a technical facility co-funded by ADB and the government of Australia and New Zealand, has supported governments in the Pacific to improve SOE governance laws, promote public-private partnerships across the region. This includes governance reforms in Fiji, in Samoa, some Solomon Islands, PNG, the Marshall Islands, and Tonga to reduce the number of civil servants and elected officials on SOE boards, increase accountability for commercial results, promoting reforms which result in improved returns, by the way, for more than 100% from 2010 to 2017 in Fiji, in Marshall Islands, in Samoa, and the Solomon Islands. I talked a little bit about private sector growth, and we're very focused on that for the Pacific Islands. Private sector, the public sector certainly does not alone have the resources to invest in green, resilient, and inclusive infrastructure. So private financing is absolutely necessary. Given the increased budget pressures, ADB is committed to helping governments to mobilize private finance through its lending, equity, and guarantee instruments, and trade finance to complement public investment base. So to fully benefit, however, from these potential investments, these Pacific Island countries need to create a conducive business environment, enforcing contract rights, regulating economic activity, laws concerning competition, consumer protection, corporate financial disclosure, and bankruptcy for SOEs and private companies all fall under this umbrella. So let me cite a few examples of what ADB is doing through its Pacific private sector development initiative. As I mentioned, it's a technical funding facility that is co-funded by ADB, by the governments of Australia and New Zealand, that works to improve business enabling environments. So, for example, PSDI has worked across the region to improve the rules for business formalization and to empower new entrepreneurs to enter the market and to improve their livelihoods. So examples include passing simpler, more accessible company laws in Solomon Islands, in Kiribati, the Cook Islands, and Tonga. Promoting access to finance by introducing laws for businesses to pledge movability property as loans secure in PNG, Solomon Islands, Vanuatu, and Samoa, and to establish international arbitration framework in Palau, PNG, and Tonga. This work will be extended to domestic arbitration to better enable access to commercial disputes resolution for all entrepreneurs. The PSDI has also worked extensively to implement electronic business registries across the Pacific. Because of geography and isolation, we believe that e-government and e-business registries will be critical. These registries have definitely several benefits for governance, for accountability decision makers that can access sex disaggregated data for policy development, and the public can readily search business information at no cost. Electronic registries also assist countries in meeting their anti-money laundering and countering financial terrorism obligations. An emerging priority is really assisting these countries to reform foreign direct investments approval frameworks to better promote investments and provide clearer objectives for welcoming foreign direct investments into their countries. Also under PSDI work is the ongoing to ensure strong, appropriate rules about market conduct, as well as capable regulators to move fair outcomes and to enforce fair outcomes. So work to reform competition laws, consumer protection laws in several countries is ongoing, including Papua New Guinea, Solomon Islands, Kiribati, and the Cook Islands. This initiative is also working to directly support capacity building in PNG and Kiribati, as well as recently agreed to similar upskilling programs in Samoa. So additionally, the ADB's law and policy reform program, we have a very one specifically focused on the Pacific, has been assisting our Pacific countries to establish effective dispute resolution and enforcement across international commercial arbitration to better help attract foreign direct investments and private sector development and PPPs, public-private partnerships, and international private funding finance. So there's a lot of effort in terms of collaborating and bringing together climate finance, which already Pacific countries to take up these international arbitration reforms, as FDI has a major role to play in their post-COVID recovery efforts. Of course, the judiciary, as the lieutenant governor has mentioned, has an important role in implementing these business reforms, and ADB is also working with judiciaries across the Pacific Islands. In fact, one of my very first once I got this job, one of my very first speeches that I gave was the Pacific legal community in Guam, and definitely we need to work with judiciaries in the Pacific in strengthening their capacity to adjudicate commercial disputes. So recently, there's been a really increased demand for commercial law judiciary capacity building in many of our Pacific Island client countries. With substantial reforms, efforts are taking place to increase private sector development, cross-border trade, and foreign investments, including international finance, as I mentioned, and climate investments. Additionally, judicial support for alternative dispute resolution, because this is a really important piece for private sector to come in enforcing foreign arbitration awards under the New York Convention and cross-border mediated settlements agreements with the recently adoption of the Singapore Convention on Mediation, which apparently several of the Pacific Island countries have really signed on to already. So in response, ADB has been working with various courts across our client resources, client countries in the Pacific for more effective and efficient resolution of commercial disputes, enforcement of contracts, including corporate law, insolvency, international arbitration, as well as case management and judgment writing technical capabilities. For example, ADB has been partnering with our Pacific judiciary, all the judiciaries on commercial law capacity building programs in international commercial arbitration, which is a new area of law support under our international arbitration reform technical assistance. So let me say a little bit about the tackling climate change. It is existential, but it is very real to our many member Pacific Island countries. I was head of presidential delegation. President Biden appointed me as head of delegation to the inauguration of President Hilda Henne at RMI in Marlborough recently, or early this year. And while I was there, the island experienced a rogue wave. And I know that these are real issues that are being felt by many countries in the Pacific. So it's imperative for more investments in environmentally and climate-friendly and socially inclusive infrastructure. Really, a lack of bankable green projects has constrained the flow of private capital into these emerging markets due to higher upfront costs because of the remoteness, but also you know familiarity of the environment in green investments. So the ADB and the USAID for International Development signed a joint agreement. It was an effort that I pushed when I first joined the ADB to ensure that we do work closely with through the U.S. government, closely with the Pacific Island countries, but to really to adapt better and to respond to climate and disaster impacts, the pandemic or pandemics if there are to come, and economic shocks because of the pandemic. The partnership aims to expand access to affordable and climate smart energy systems through private sector led investments and strengthening health systems and health coverage to help the region, the Pacific region, to become more resilient to shocks and more able to overcome the challenges of distance and isolation. And my boss, the U.S. Secretary of Treasury, Janet Yellen, has called the climate change the biggest long-term threat the world faces. The risks continue to grow, and it's definitely felt more acute by countries in the Pacific. And I've traveled mostly to the North Pacific many times to Palau, RMI, and FSM, and of course to Guam. We understand the risks continue to grow, as highlighted at the UN in a governmental panel on climate change, the IPCC, right, as reported in 2022. As we know, COP29 is occurring right now as we speak in Baku, Azerbaijan. And so some of these, many of the countries that I talked about are actually present there because they recognize the real challenges and the threats to their lives and livelihoods. So reducing the carbon intensity of economic activities is such an important issue, and it really concerns all governments, communities, businesses, investors, NGOs, nonprofits, and development partners, including the ADB and other multilateral development banks like the World Bank. So these stakeholders must collaborate. We need to work together to really accelerate the transition to net zero. Asia Pacific, as I mentioned, is really one of the most natural disaster prone countries in the world that is in the region. So we're very focused on the frequency, the severity of these disasters is only increasing, destroying livelihoods and causing tens of billions of dollars in damages, economic and social development. It's almost a cliche to say that the battle against climate change will be lost or won here in the Asia Pacific, but it is really true. Juxtaposed against the region's most vulnerable communities and countries is a high reliance on fossil fuels, especially coal and diesel. I know in many Pacific Island countries that is still the case, but I know there also solar is now coming forth to help alleviate some of that. So steady, robust economic growth has been a boom in the Pacific, in the Asia Pacific region, but it also comes with high costs. This growth because of electricity demand, activities, greenhouse emitting sectors such as transportation, agriculture, industries. It is imperative that we step up to green the region's economies to net zero by 2050, to limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. So one of the key enablers to enhancing environmental sustainability and tackling climate change is really a strong environmental rule of law. So ADB is assisting on many fronts around it, tailoring particularly in the Pacific Islands to capacity building programs, and development of specialized knowledge resources and tools, such as convening regional conferences. We do that a lot in the Pacific Islands, Fiji, in other parts of the region, in PNG, for example, to promote knowledge sharing and cooperation. So another important outcome has been the creation of the first of its kind Asian judges network on the environment, a dynamic platform for judiciary capacity building and multilateral exchanges on environmental adjudication. In 2018, this network has expanded to include Pacific judiciaries. So looking ahead, climate and environment litigation will continue to increase globally, as well as biodiversity litigation. So judiciaries need additional resources and tools to adjudicate these very technically complex issues. For example, we've been incorporating climate science into our judicial education programs. Indeed, there's increased convergence of commercial, environment, and climate change disputes, which including increasing sustainable investments and litigation across corporate and financial institutions. So we're working closely with the developing an ESG program for judges as well as lawyers and law school. Let me speak a little bit finally about the empowering communities and prioritizing indigenous voices. I know that's critical for island economies and for the island countries. So the importance of this really empowering local communities, ensuring that the indigenous voices are at the heart of decision making. As someone with deep ties to Guam, I believe that any solution to poverty in the Pacific must respect and integrate cultural context of the people it aims to serve. Effective poverty alleviation must be community driven. Local solutions crafted in partnership with people who are directly affected are always more sustainable and impactful than those that are imposed from the outside. Indigenous communities possesses a wealth of knowledge and resilience that can be harnessed to build self-efficiency and social capital. This means that we need to prioritize community-led initiatives, ensuring that local leaders are part of the policy-making process by supporting these grassroots efforts and building on the strength of the local communities. We can develop programs that are more effective, but also culturally. So in conclusion, let me just say that as the countries build back better after COVID-19, ADB and its partnership strategies with the developing member countries play a critical role in mobilizing development finance through public and private sector lending and innovative finance, such as green bonds. Moreover, during a crucial time of complex development landscape, it is only through collective action across governments, financial institutions, businesses, and communities that we will achieve lasting and meaningful change. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Wong. It's such an honor to have you join us today. And apologies for the sound technical difficulties. I don't think it's on our side, but bear with us. That is our only online speaker today. Half a day, everyone. I'm Mary Kate Saliva. I'm the co-founder and president of the Guam Human Rights Initiative. And you got to meet my co-founder, Erica Anderson, earlier. We are both daughters of Guam, even though we reside currently off island. But we started the Guam Human Rights Initiative about 2 years ago, and we recognized that there is limited academic research on human rights issues impacting Guam and Micronesia, and so with also a lack of a human rights center here on island, that we wanted to help bridge that gap in engaging with you all who are doing the grassroots work with the in your communities, and being able to bridge that gap and connect with folks even off island. So Erica, going back and forth between Scotland and here in Guam. She was born Saipan, raised here in Guam, and then I'm actually residing in Maryland. And one of the things that we just want to thank all of you today, and I'm just doing a quick housekeeping for all of you, and hopefully you all have found your way to the coffee and haven't fallen asleep on us yet. We have a full day of activities, but we wanted to, oh gosh, without further ado, I feel like Princess Asia is coming to the front. You will see the lovely 9-year-old making her way to the podium. Asia. Okay, so round of applause for Asia, and I'll let you know why. So you will notice that there's a lovely drawing at each of your tables, and I was actually inspired by Guam Coalition Against Sexual Assault and Family Violence. I took y'all's idea because I see you all do it at your conferences, and I think it's wonderful. But the drawing here, Asia, who's 9 years old, did this drawing, worked really hard to get this for you all, and there are colored pencils at each table. But just to engage, so that you all sometimes exercise the mind. This is not an easy subject to talk about. It's very big. We're not going to solve it in a day, but our goal, to connecting. Did you have any words you'd like to share? You want to say hi to everybody?
Hi.
But just another round of applause for Asia here for working so hard. So proud of you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. And and just her mom Natasha and her dad Bentley in the back, and our incredible team put this together. They were really our boots on ground to make sure things are operational. In Miracle, I feel like everybody knows Miracle. There's Miracle in the back. But I just wanted to also say that we have our incredible community vendors out in the hallway. Please make sure that you stop by and see them. Many of you in this room are part of those incredible organizations, and you brought your entire teams with you. So we appreciate you spending your Friday with us. Please take those resources, because as you said, even if it doesn't apply to you, you may come across somebody that is in need of these incredible resources. And I know that every time that I come home, I still am learning about some of the work that you all are doing. And then there's a way to collaborate and share with each other our resources and our efforts. I also wanted to let you know that we will be providing lunch, because we don't want you all to go anywhere. So make sure, I know if you had lunch plans, I hope you will stay, as we will be providing that. And we are holding an art reception and silent auction this evening at 5:30 p.m. here at Weston, because again, we don't want you all to leave this building. We're not holding you captive, but all proceeds are going to be benefiting the Guam Homeless Coalition. And so we have some of the art pieces that were donated by local artists, and you'll see them around. And we also have some that are not on display yet, but you're welcome to walk around. And again, 100% of the proceeds from the silent auction tonight are going to benefit. And we have Microchild playing, so live music, food, and we hope that you will join us this evening. All right, so without further ado, I'll continue to remind you about some of the updates, but please welcome to the stage for our next panel. We have Judge Barcinas, or Judge, I see you. I like lost. And then we also have Karine, is it Buenadicho, and Stephen Hattori, and Sarah Thomas Nedadog. Round of applause, please. Make sure I didn't miss anybody on the panel. And this panel will be moderated by our very own Dr. Erica Anderson. And this panel will be touching on some of on the criminal justice system, which Lieutenant Governor kindly mentioned during his presentation. So thank you so much for joining us, sir. Oh, the Honorable Judge Barcinas. Thank you. I don't know what I would do without Judge. We got to tour the Supreme Court recently. It was an incredible honor to go on that tour with you, Judge. Switch it to you.
Good morning. I think Sarah may have stepped out for a quick coffee. Perfect. She's last on my list of introductions anyway. So as Mary Kate said, I am Erica Anderson. I've already introduced myself, so don't worry about that. So our lovely panel here, Judge Barsanis has been with the Superior Court of Guam since 2005, and he currently presides over the General Jurisdiction and Family Violence Court. He also co-chairs the Juvenile Justice Reform focus area on juvenile defense and prosecution standards. We also have Corinne Bendijo. I think that's Bendicho. Corinne has over 32 years of experience in social work with a focus on child welfare and juvenile justice systems. She's currently the Youth Development Administrator for the Department of Youth Affairs, where she has played a key role in creating youth resource centers and advocating for positive youth development opportunities. Stephen Hattori is the Director of the Public Defender Service Corporation, and he advocates for the indigenous population of Guam. Oh, okay. I'll be louder. Where he emphasizes the national and local challenges of criminalizing poverty, particularly among the homeless. He has been with the corporation since 1998 and serves as its executive director, representing individuals charged with criminal offenses or needing civil legal assistance, while also being an active member of the Guam Homeless Coalition since 2017. Sarah, would you mind joining us on stage? Thank you. Quite the entrance. Sarah has over 45 years of experience working on human rights. We're assuming she started when she was 4 years old. She's focused on nonprofits, underserved communities, and advocating across different boards of directors, committees, and working with our island neighbors. She's also served as the executive director of the Office of Homelessness Assistance and Poverty Prevention and is currently with the Department of Corrections. So thank you all so much for joining us today. This panel, as Mary Kate mentioned, is focused on understanding poverty on Guam. So could I ask you to first share a bit about the organizations that you represent and what kind of poverty-related programs are in place?
Thank you. I am currently with the Department of Corrections, helping them with the expansion, evaluation of programs there. Some of you might know that we have an incredible number of detainees and inmates. When I separate the two, it's because the detainees are those that have not yet been adjudged. In other words, they're innocent till proven guilty. But that number is incredibly high right now. We have a total of about 950. We have our director, Fred Berdalio, there. Fred, can you just wave your hand so you can always come and see him if you want to hear more. But there's currently 950 inmates, about that number, in a 500 capacity facility. So you can just imagine, and many of them are pre-trial detainees. In other words, they're, as I was saying or beginning to say, they're innocent until proven guilty. So we have quite a number, and we still have the responsibility at the Department of Corrections to take care of them and to ensure that they are secure, safe, and that's a big challenge right now, considering the numbers that we have and the number of staff that we have, which is a shortage. I don't know why a lot of people don't want to apply for correction officers. But really, if you do know people, we're really looking for correction officers. The other role I play is Addie Martinez was here sitting next to me, but she had to go do a class. She's from Puerto Rico. Some of you might have met her. She and Neil Weir started an organization called Right to Democracy. So I have been assisting with them for the last couple of years. And that Right to Democracy is about promoting the self-determination of the territory. So all 5 territories have come together. And I'll tell you, with all my years in working in human services, I have not been with all 5 territories at one time. That's Virgin Islands, American Samoa, Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Commonwealth and the Northern Marianas. And I'll just tell you, it's amazing the camaraderie that we have built through the last couple of years, working towards ensuring that we have our people have the right to self-determination. So I'll leave it at that for now, and I'll go ahead and pass it on to the next one. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, Mary Kay didn't know what she was getting herself into when she asked me to be a part of the panel today. And so, no, like, that's what I was looking at Sarah. It's like, we only got an hour, Sarah. Cut already. Hello. I have a lot to say.
No fighting on the
An
panel.
update on the website bio, because I'm not sure why it's not been updated. I am the mental health court judge right now, and as well the juvenile drug court judge, Catherine, our chamber partners. I am happy to say that the juvenile drug court, since I took over almost 3 years ago, came back to it. We've only had 2 members from the graduation re-enter into the criminal justice system, and we on average graduate 9 to 15 kids a graduation. So only 2 have made it back, right? And I think a lot of the things that contribute to this idea of poverty, it's a big question, and in many dimensions, right? And I'm hoping that we ask and challenge the conference today to ask the right questions, right? Not the obvious questions, but the right questions. And among them should be things like, oh wait, I'm just doing the intro. You're up, dude.
Thank you. I'm sure Judge Barcinas can take 2 hours. Anyways, very briefly, I'm the current executive director for Public Defender Service Corporation. We're kind of a unique public defender because 50 years ago, or almost 50 years ago, because next year's our 50th anniversary, we'll be celebrating that. The legislature said that indigent individuals on Guam have a right to counsel, not just for criminal stuff, but for civil stuff, right? So like in the past, we've helped with divorces, we've helped with probates. We've really tried to resolve disputes before they reach the criminal level, right? So right now we have the Civil Law Division, which is a separate division within Public Defender Service Corporation, and they handle civil matters. In fact, we have a table out there, so if you guys can fill out a survey. We're trying to take a needs assessment on what kind of civil legal services our indigent population needs. And, you know, really the most important ones are food security and housing security. So, you know, I think one of the areas we need to get into is representing people who've been denied access to, you know, SNAP or GRA in Section 8. So we have a survey. We hope you guys take time to fill it out. And thank you for allowing us to participate. Thanks, Kareem.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Corinne Bendicho, and again, I come from DYA. I am the current Youth Development Administrator, and I come from a background of 4 years at Child Protective Services. The remaining time I've spent at DYA. All of our programs are pretty much geared toward, preventing poverty, helping children and families, most especially, and I believe Lieutenant Governor touched on it this morning, the dual status youth that we talk about. And as we have dialogue today, we're going to talk a lot about that population because these are the group of kids who are both under the child welfare system and the juvenile justice system. And a bulk of these kids are the kids that are currently our youth residents. So consistently over the years, we've had at least 65% of our population come from these dual status families. And what we've seen over the last couple years are a trend where it's always been that we've had about 65% of our population dual status. But what is most interesting and touching on the issue of poverty is that their length of stay at DYA is actually higher than it used to be. And we're getting a higher number of families or groups of families together at DYA because they have no other alternative homes to be placed at. And so, again, as we move forward, we can touch on some of the programs that we've stood up to try and assist in eradicating or, dealing with the homelessness situation on Guam. So thank you for the opportunity to have DYA on this panel today.
Thank you all so much for that. So you all represent very different groups with very specific needs. Could I ask you to talk a little bit about the unique approaches that you have to take to the different groups that we're talking about, be it youth, be it people who are waiting in the criminal justice system or people experiencing drug abuse, anything like that? See?
You can tell we're BFFs, huh? Okay, so the question is, what are some of our unique approaches to dealing with?
Yeah, some of the unique challenges that people experience, if it's working with youth, working with people who are in the criminal justice system, what are some of the unique challenges we have?
Well, I think the biggest one we talking about the Department of Corrections is when you have 950 people who are in a 500 capacity location. So facilities, staff, not enough staff to oversee them and provide them supervision, and also um, focusing on those very basic fundamental issues of safety and security for both the inmates and the officers. So we have to look at both constantly, trying to protect the safeguard the officers at the same time, making sure that our those that are under our confinement are also being taken care of as best possible. So that's a severe, serious, as you can see, challenge. So the programming that we would like to see may not be as expansive right now, given those challenges. So those are very unique challenges. And the second part of that is that the bulk of our current detainees are those that have not yet been adjudicated. I mentioned that before, which means they haven't gotten sentenced by the court. So therefore, what we're able to do with them may differ from those that have already been sentenced. And so that's a challenge. And I'll just say, I have been completely impressed by the leadership of Director Berdalio and all of the staff there, because considering all that they're being exposed to, they still come to work, they still work very hard. And I don't think sometimes our public really knows what they go through to stay focused and to make sure that both the inmates and the staff stay safe. So that's the biggest challenges: facilities and staffing at the Department of Corrections. Thank you.
Thank you. So, first question, how many kids dropped out of high school last year? Anyone know? Why don't we know? Those are the questions I'm asking that I hope comes out of this conference, is that we ask the right questions, right? The governor talked about, or the lieutenant governor talked about the substandard houses in the northern areas. Well, there's substandard houses throughout the island, but they seem to be concentrated in the northern area. How many of those buildings exist? Do we know? Why don't we know? How many kids graduated from high school last year? Do we know? I think we guess on average about 4,000, 5,000 kids a year graduate from our schools, right? How many of them are in the A level? How many of them are in the B level? How many of them are in the C level? And more importantly, how many of them are financially literate? I'm talking to a young employee at the courthouse who has a $30,000 credit card debt, and he thinks it's okay. He's driving a substandard car, but he has a regular job. So he's got that paycheck to paycheck thing in his mind that they're going to be okay. What he doesn't understand is that the interest rate of 19, 18, and 19% that is on his credit card bill is going to be with him for 33 years at the rate he's paying on minimum wage. UOG, are you listening over there? Right? And the last time I talked to him, he was planning on a trip to the Philippines to go shopping for Christmas. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Maybe you might want to think about the next credit card payment, because today you have a job. But that brings us to the next question is, how many of us knew that during the election season, people were talking about families in America being a $500 crisis away from poverty? Why are we there? What is it that we are not teaching our young about these things? And whose job is it to do that, right? Because I'm struck by the title of the conference, the Human Rights Initiative
Poverty in
against
Guam and the
poverty,
Pacific.
right? Against poverty. Well, if being out of poverty is a right, to whom is that duty? Who owes the duty? Right? And I submit that it is all of us. And that's why we're here. So, how many mayors are in the room? I don't know if they were invited. And it's not any fault because they're not normally invited. But they're the ones at the level where we're removing junk. They're the ones at the level when it's time to respond after a typhoon, who know where these houses are, who knows whose families need help and rescue. They delivered, for goodness sake, food throughout our community during the pandemic. They know everything about the community that we think we're helping, that we want to help, but we don't have enough information on, right? I was struck by the conversation by the ambassador, and I thought, somebody has to do this high-level discussion about how we address development, growth, and avoid poverty. But that's not really our focus at this level. It's good to hear what's happening at that high level, but we should be asking about what we are going to do at our level and in our place, right? When I did the senior citizens contract, one of my selling points was to go out to the seniors' houses. That was what I put in my bid, that I would go to them, not have them come to me. And so I would go to their houses. And in the north, I was shocked when I would go into a home and it had a tin frame, right? I'm from Molesto. We still had at the time bathrooms that were dug into the hole. I mean, toilets that were dug into the hole. But we didn't have mud floors. So when you drive past a house in the north, you have to ask yourself, do they even have a floor? Right? Because I walked into many of those homes to talk to the senior citizens in those homes, and it was compacted because they walk all over it. It almost was like concrete, but it was so compacted that that's the level of poverty. Is that the level of poverty we're trying to address? Right? And is it infrastructure? And are we using our technology and all of our advantages like the mayor's office? Right? I've told many times, and I've tried to push as many times as possible, that every mayor's office should be a courthouse. There should be a Zoom room set up at the mayor's office, run by the mayor's staff, so that people can get to their important court hearings. Guess who we asked? Steve will agree with this, I'm sure. Most of our defendants, once they've been adjudicated and they don't go to the prison, but they're on probation, we put so many conditions on them, it is more likely that they will fail than they will succeed. And most of the time they fail because they don't have the resources to keep up with the conditions that we put on them, right? Report to the probation officer once a week. Go to the counseling session at, mind you, the convenience of the counselor's schedule, not when your boss will allow you in your first entry level job finally, because the court ordered you to go find a job, and then we sabotage you by telling you you need to go to probation and do all those things. And so we have to ask the right question and make sure we're properly aligned. I think that was like 2 minutes, right, Steve? You can have.
If that was 2 minutes, I only need 1 minute. Anyways, obviously the Public Defender Service Corporation, we deal with poverty because all our clients are indigent, right? And and all the reasons it leads to criminality. And I think, we're as our office, we're trying to work on ways that we can, increase food security, right? I mean, you'll be surprised how many cases are just shoplifting food, right? And those things, and these guys are in jail for it, right? Like, uh, they pointed out there's 950 people in jail today, right? 2 years ago, there were 620 people in jail. So we're holding a lot more people pre-trial than we ever have historically. We're also revoking people for drug addictions, pretty much at the highest rate since I've had more clients revoked in the last year for violating conditions of probation for a drug case. They get 3 years in the last year than I had my prior 20 years. So the numbers are just unreal. And if you talk to the guards at DOC, they'll tell you like, well, that guy's not a criminal. He shouldn't be there. Because really, a lot of our clients are in there right for drug addiction, alcohol addiction, or they don't know how to handle relationships with the opposite sex, right? So there are a lot of domestic violence cases. But for first offenders, you'd be surprised how many people are in jail for like fraudulent use of a license plate. Which is like what is that exactly? That's like, you're driving your unregistered vehicle, you get pulled over. So the first time the police will just take your license plate, and I'm not sure why they have the authority to take your license plate. But anyways, so the next time you go home, you get the license plate off your old broken down car, then you put on your working car so you can get to your job. So when you get pulled over the next time, it becomes a third-degree felony because you're using a different license plate. And you'd be surprised how many of these guys are in jail for fraudulent use of a license plate. Maybe Director Bordalio could, if they listed what these people are actually being held for, the nonviolent, uh, really poverty-related criminal offenses that people are being held in jail for, you'd be surprised. I mean, we have 300 people more in jail this time than we did 2 years ago, but the level of crime has not increased significantly. We have pretty much the same amount of criminal filings, if not less than we did, like, say, 5 years ago. I think last year uh, we had more than the year before, but I think this year is tracking to be about the same amount as last year. So crime generally, it seems like it's increasing, but it really isn't, and it might be because there's 300 more people in jail, right? So our office's focus really is going to try to help different, like the legislature and maybe some of the service providers like public health, try to revise their rules to eliminate the barriers to housing and food security. Like last term, the legislature passed a bill. We were like the second to last jurisdiction to lift the felony ban for people with if you had a felony conviction for drugs, you couldn't qualify for SNAP or TANF, right? So Guam finally lifted that. Was it last year? So we obviously lobby for that, and we're hoping that we can help Gura change some of their qualifications and allow people who've completed probation for certain offenses to once again be eligible for housing. So there's a lot of ways we set our own people up for failure, like the judge mentioned, by imposing really unnecessary conditions. And for example, like some people confiscate passports for first offender DUIs, and so many people passports are only form of identification. So everyone spends a lot of time getting it released to get them a new ID or something, right? So we're working, to try to reduce the number of violations. And I know you see that the Attorney General always posts that repeat whatever, catch, release, and repeat thing. But if you actually look into that report, a lot of those violations are for really minor stuff like missing one check-in. Sometimes they have to check in 3 times a week, right? During the pandemic, people were allowed to just call in, and the world didn't fall apart. But once the pandemic ended, we decided like we need to see everybody face to face, even though attendance at court hearings were never higher when people were able to participate via Zoom. They also had fewer violations because people were checking in by phone, right? And so, the lessons we learned from the pandemic, we kind of forgot. But anyways, so yeah, those are the kind of things we're working on, bigger picture, with our office. Now that we have the Civil Law Center, they're also going to be working on matters affecting the senior citizens. 'Cause fortunately, they have the contract that the judge used to have, and and victims of domestic violence as well. So yeah, we really think that Guam has a long way to go. We use the prisons to take care of our homeless, our poor, and also our mentally ill patients. Right, right now, DOC is pretty much the inpatient treatment facility for Guam behavioral, right? And so we need to attack those problems, but it's just a lot to deal with, and it has to start somewhere, right? So this is as good a place as any to start it. Thank you.
So before I talk a little bit about the youth correctional cottage home portion of DYA, I'd like to also mention that that's usually when you think of DYA, you talk about DYA. That's the part of DYA everyone seems to know more. But we also have the other side of it, which is the youth development side. And our focus is a lot on the outreach and preventive efforts. So if you're not aware, we do have 3 community youth resource centers within our island district. We have one up the Lago Youth Resource Centers across the Maria Ulloa Elementary School. We have the Cutton Youth Center adjacent to our main facility, but gated outside of it. And then we have our Haza Youth Center located adjacent to the Agate Gym, right across the Mount Carmel Church. And the reason I mention this is because of juvenile justice reform, a lot of efforts and emphasis was less on incarceration, less on locking up the kids. So DYA went through this movement years back of before they're brought into the system, we do everything in our power to try and prevent. So a lot of times when we get a phone call from a parent or a school as a referral for children that are having behavioral issues, we send them to through that route first before bringing them in. The reason I mention this is, again, because of juvenile justice reform. What used to be a facility that held like 75 kids average years back, it's gone to our average population now of about 20 to 25 youth residents in the last 3 years. And these youth residents that remain are typically the kids that we talk about that lack alternative, stable home environments. And in a way, it's a blessing in disguise because it has allowed us to really pay attention to the needs of these particular kids. And I mention that because we've stood up several programs to try and deal with that situation. And if you remember back, 2 years back, our agency was actually tapped during the COVID to assist CPS with that emergency declaration. I think at the time we were the most suitable to assist because of the pandemic. We had to kind of limit contact at our resource center. So 6 of us were deployed down to assist frontline at CPS. And I mention that again because since then, our collaboration has been very strong. So one of the programs we recently piloted is called our Youth Transitional Program. And this has allowed us to identify the kids and groups of families within our facility that need assistance to transition back into their community safely. So that's just one of the programs that we eventually will touch on more later, but just to give you an idea.
So we're talking quite a bit about people who kind of move through the system and who are experiencing the criminal justice system, experiencing support from the Department of Youth Affairs. Do we have systems in place following their experiences in these kind of systems? Like, do we have support, excuse me, do we have support networks that are designed to help them, like you were talking about with the DYA efforts, to reintegrate and to have job opportunities and to have access to the things like Judge Barsness was talking about, where they don't have access to a Zoom room, they don't have access to public transportation in order to get to a job, they don't have access to the things necessary for them to rebuild their lives.
Well, I'll just start because, Steve doesn't know how to hold the mic close to his mouth. So one of the things is, I was very happy to see, and something I've been advocating for, was the legislature approved and the governor signed off on the bus passes for people who are in the system and who are child serving agencies, right? I would question the families, and you'd be surprised when they really are motivated to pull themselves out of the situation. They were able to tell me all of the bus routes, despite all the criticism of it, and they would make it to court on time. And I would respond by quickly moving them to the front of the calendar, because they had to walk from the courthouse to the Agania swimming pool to catch the next bus. And if they miss the bus, they never know what time that bus will show up after the 5 o'clock run. Right? And it's like, let's get that family to the front and let's get them out of the courthouse so they can get back to the swimming pool. But why do they have to walk to the swimming pool? Why can't the court be the drop off? Right? And that takes a lot of collaboration and talking with the powers that be. One of the biggest factors for our children in our juvenile drug court is the identification card. These are 14, 15, 16-year-old youth about to enter into the workforce. They're not going to likely be valedictorian and salutatorian. And really, the next question I ask is, why aren't all our schools like Academy and FD? Why is the title, every child is entitled to an adequate education? I challenge the premise. Our children are entitled to the best education, right? Not an adequate one. That's how we get out of, that's why I say, what poverty are we talking about? Are we talking about literacy poverty? Are we talking about financial knowledge poverty? Are we talking about these kinds of things? And so it dawned on me was, as the social workers, God bless them, would come in and tell me, Judge, here's the challenge. We can't help them get a job because they don't have an ID. The ID costs $25. And I'm like, okay, let's do that. And so the population that the governor talked about earlier, it's like they don't have the documents. They didn't come prepared, right? Or their documents got lost somehow. They don't have a passport to prove. Has anybody here tried to go get a Guam ID recently? How difficult that would be, right? That you had to come up. The last time I did it, back when just after Moses came down from the mountain, it was a matter of, I needed to get 2 affidavits. Who are you going to get an affidavit from? Who, right? Which lawyer are you going to go see right then and there? You're like, never mind, now Netflix and chill, right? On my cousin's Netflix, because I don't have a job, right? And so 2 affidavits, a verification from the mayor, all of that kind of stuff, and then your own statement to prove, and maybe a power bill or something to prove that you're an actual live person in need of, and who you are. Well, who knows who you are from age 6, age 7? The schools. The schools know who you are. They know your family. They know your residents. They know all these things. So why aren't the schools giving out the IDs? You give them school IDs. Why don't we make those IDs government of Guam IDs until you are 21? Right? So we have all these good intentions, but we don't have proper alignment. And we don't, as you say, walk their walk to the point where we can remove, those of us in power, those of us with knowledge and understanding of the systems, can remove the obstacles that are just easy to remove, right? I've always thought that the government of Guam's customer service person. I mean, we should all have in every government of Guam agency a designated Pari and Mali inside of the courthouse instead of a customer service reputation, because it can be used derogatorily, but it is most of us who have our Paris and Malis in the system, we don't ask them to do something illegal. We just ask them for the information that will get us through to what we need from the government. So why don't we just recognize that and make that an official position? It's like, I am going to help you get you through this system, right? And so I think everyone should have that. One of the other things that we all don't understand is a big hindrance to getting out of poverty is, and I say from the experience in the courtroom, is the driver's license. If we believe that all the cars around us on the road are licensed drivers, we are kidding ourselves. By the time they reach 21, 22 years old, they will drive if they haven't been driving since 13, right? They're on the road, they're next to us. Why would we make them uninsurable? I know that there was a reason we put in the many strictures about how you get a driver's license, the mandatory courses, all of that kind of stuff. But the question is, how valid is that concern now when someone is at 24, 25 years old? They're not going to go back and do the 200 road hours. In fact, in their mind, they've already done it, right? So why don't we just adjust and realign the system so that we do it in the days that Sarah did it when the Virgin Mary felt the child kick in her womb. In those days, all we had to do was take the written tests, right? And they get in the car and hope to goodness that you didn't freak out when they said parallel park, right? And who parallel parks ever anywhere between two tires, right? That's how you practice parallel parking up at Department of Revenue and Taxation in the back. It is like you can't see everything. Anyway, those are the questions I'm asking. Why aren't we asking these kinds of questions to remove the system, to remove the barriers? Why aren't you holding classes at GCC inside of the prison by Zoom?
Don't worry, we got Bert Johnson in with us. Okay, I gotta get a grip after that. I want to not distract, but not to distract, but I listening to the discussion so far, I couldn't help but reflect on in the late 1970s, as he said, I've been around ever since, was the drug crisis center. And this is the heroin crisis. You guys remember that? Anybody here? In the late 70s, where we had soldiers coming back from Vietnam, and many of them had heroin addictions. And then it just got really widespread on our island. And this was the days where our families had no clue what drug addiction was about, because we didn't have any experiences prior to that. So in the late 70s was boom. There was just so much heroin on our island. And then it was dry, so people were just going all over the place. And I have to tell, that was my entry into the field of human services, really. And Dr. Del Rosario, who was my director at the time, would bring me to the morgue at OGMH and show me the deaths every day of people dying from overdose or murders. That's how bad it was back then. And if you have a moment, check out this film called Doing It by Dan Baker. That was, he did a whole thing about what was going on back then in the heroin crisis. Well, now here we are, fast forward, and what are we dealing with? The meth crisis, right? And now we have presidents, we have experiences. And unfortunately, we have generations of people now who have addictions. And this, I will say to you, has one of the most profound reasons for where we're at today. at the prison and in our community, and what's been our greatest challenge trying to move forward to island sustainability. Because you can't even talk about sustainability until you talk about fundamental issues like poverty and how we get past that. And how do we, when we have our human capital, which is our people, right? Our resources, our greatest resources are our people. And if our people are not prepared to go forward with their education, graduate from high school, get certified in some field, if they're not ready and able to do that, what are we looking at? Some of you have been in the point in time count. Raise your hand. Every January, the last Friday, what do we see when we go out there? If you really want to see what's going on in our community, as Judge Barcinas was mentioning, the poverty, please, by all means, be on a team for the point in time count. And there you will see, when you go out there, you will see things that you and people and in their situations where you will see real poverty, and you will see people really struggling. And most of us have not seen that. I would say every agency that I've been involved in, I say, we're signing up for point in time. We're going out there because that's how we can connect with our community and understand the truths and realities of what our people are going through. Because if you don't have that basic fundamental understanding of what the struggles are of our people and what the real situation is, it's hard for us to move forward, right? So I encourage you to do point in time. I encourage you to take a look at your own families and your neighbors and communities and the whole meth problem that we're dealing with right now, and see what we can do to move forward. And as Judge said again, it's all of our responsibility. It's not just one to know what's going on with drugs, alcohol, the dropout rate, our education of our young people, and where our Manumco are at and what they're dealing with. So thank you very much for that.
Thanks for keeping it short. You guys have your own mic down there. Let me check, turn it on. Talking about homelessness, right? Talking about homelessness. What are we gonna do in November, Thanksgiving, when that rolls around? What do we always do?
Eat.
We eat, but as a matter of service. We feed the homeless. But who feeds the homeless? Volunteers, right? But what kind of volunteers? It's organizations, right? They call us up and they say, hey, we're feeding the homeless. Can you send your drug court kids? I'm like, gladly, they need service hours. Let's send the drug court kids. So I say that to you because in the projects that you may be engaging in within the community, rather than holding a 5K where everybody just shows up on their own and the information is so disjointed and not dispersed, that perhaps you might consider in engaging the communities through their groups and organizations, right? Because there are many people. I was talking to former Governor Felix Camacho the other day. We just happened to meet at Payless. He was buying tombstone steak. What do you call those big steaks? Tomahawk steak. And I was like picking up, debating between 1 or 2 cans of Spam. And so the thing is, he shared with me that he is part of a group, and I don't think he would mind if I shared the story of men that feed the homeless. They don't prepare the food, but they get together and meet the homeless, and then they give out food on weekends, like Saturday or Sunday, one of those days. I think he was trying to invite me to join them, but he just didn't get around to it because I said, I gotta go. I can see that kind of invitation and commitment coming a mile away. But I thought that in relating that to what we are going to be doing over Thanksgiving, that's just a group of men altruistically with some time on their hands saying, we want to do this as a matter of service, right? As opposed to where we have the largest impact is when we feed them on Thanksgiving. I get the photos. Sometimes I go and observe my kids in the drug court feeding, right? And then when they come back to the helping to feed, when they come back into the courtroom, I ask them about their experiences, how they felt doing it, all of that kind of thing, trying to get their EQ level up, right? And you know what EQ is? Yeah, I'm like, okay. I know where Steve went to school, so just bringing you along, buddy. Bring you along. Not all of us could go to GW, and so and so you would ask them, right? And so I strongly urge you to consider that. How many of us know how many kids are in the shelter right now? These are in the foster care shelter. This is my way of turning it over to DYA. Because last Christmas, I think it was 200. 200 kids who could not be placed with a foster family, could not have a home to go to, right? I found out about that group of kids and I said, we got to try and do something to help. And so I did some stuff and sent more resources in their direction. I've never heard about those kids or that crisis until someone in the community mentions it to me. And then I turn and I push whatever resources I have under my influence in that direction. Now, every year, I get a letter from the public guardian saying, we're going to give Christmas gifts to our wards, and we would like you to donate to the wards. And I thought, most of our wards who come to the court, who are part of the public guardian, actually have income. They have their own income stream that mostly the public guardian is watching. And I'm like, why are you asking us for donations for that population? Why don't you target it to those that really need it as opposed to a broad approach of, can you donate $50 for a gift for every ward? Well, why don't we donate $100 to the ward who needs it most, as opposed to a ward who has no need for it? It's just another bottle of shampoo that they will never use, right? Because it's not the brand. We're left to pick those things for them. Like, how do we know what body soap they use? Do they use liquid or do they use bath? I mean, bars, right? We don't know. And we're not allowed to know because that's confidential information. So we're just asked to put together $50 worth of gifts, and these are the kind of things that they generally need. And so I'm thinking, how many do we have now?
It's about 35, 36.
35, 36. This is that crisis you hear about, that we don't have enough foster families. Well, those are in the shelter, right?
In their shelter. public
Yeah. So those are in the shelter, living in a Bay Area type house. And there's one side for the boys and one side for the girls. And, you know, I don't know what their food needs are, their food supplies, those kind of things. But it's about alignment of our resources and asking good questions like, why don't we know these things? Oh, a real quick pitch to the Bureau of Planning and Statistics. I went on their website the other day to kind of get some thoughts and numbers on this one. It's a pretty amazing website and they're doing some really good stuff and they have a lot of data, right? And I encourage everybody doing this work to go to it and look at it. And I really commend the governor's office for that kind of stuff, but I didn't find the data I needed, which suggests that there's more work to be done and more information to be put up. But it's a great start. Okay, Steve.
Yeah, and so it's not all doom and gloom. There are
Yeah.
positives out there. And I think OHAP is one. I mean, before OHAP, it was just a homeless coalition. Now that we have the government involved, that's really great. We also have, certain mayors that play a bigger role than others. I mean, Mayor Hoffman from Sinajana, right? He allows homeless individuals to register. So like, if you want SNAP benefits, you need an address. And we're like, what homeless person has an address, right? So I mean, it's a simple law change. All they have to do is allow homeless individuals to use the mayor's address as their address for when they apply for SNAP, right? And that's just part of the problem. Other part of the problem is how do you use your SNAP when you don't have a stove or kitchen, you don't have a refrigerator, right? So I know there's the restaurant meals program we're trying to push in the mainland. There's like 5 jurisdictions that allow SNAP benefits to be used with registered restaurants. And a lot of them are fast food, mind you, but other restaurants might be interested because it targets the homeless, it targets the senior citizens, and it also targets disabled individuals who are unable to cook for themselves. I think it's also been extended to colleges, students in California. And so really our homeless population, if we can help them get SNAP and get benefits, they become a part of our economy, right? Because when they use their SNAP card, they use it at mom and pop stores, they use it at Payless, wherever. It generates, revenue, right? And so that's one way that, we could, our homeless population, they're not just a weight on society. They can actually be productive members of our economy, all right? But it really takes forward thinking mayors who are willing to accept them and let them register. And then, of course, the judge already talked about getting a Guam ID. That should be like a TV series. Like, you have no money in your wallet, you don't have your birth certificate, go get a Guam ID. And it'll be like that show, right? Where you spend 30 days in the wild. A lot of times it's easier to give up. And I have to admit, our office has failed in the past. And I know that's like, we have all these can of worms as public defenders. Technically, we don't represent people on parole, but we know people getting released without IDs and, without any money, right? So basically, we're just setting these people up for failure, right? If we don't give them the tools needed to succeed, then, at some point they're gonna just turn back to the only solution they have, whether it's, you know, stealing from a mom and pop store, or if it's worse to feed an addiction, then they'll resort to more serious crimes. But, if we give them the tools before they get released, and which is not always possible. So that's why we're trying to figure out ways we can also help the clients on parole, because a lot of people are just released without being prepared, right? Because they've served all their time already. We have like 950 people in jail. A lot of them will be released on credit for time served deals, and so they'll be released without, many of them might not even have IDs. So our office really will try to play a more active role in getting them set up for success rather than failure. And the legislature supported us. We have a social worker. We're going to have another one. And I mean, the kind of work social workers do, there really aren't enough of them in the world. I think if we replace all the probation officers with social workers, you probably get twice as many social workers. Every time I say that, people want to throw something at me. But social workers are problem solvers, and I know our social workers has really helped a lot of our clients get the basic things they need to, to get a job and to support their family. So, but yeah, I'll make a bigger push for our office to figure out a way we can help more of our clients that are being released from prison.
I agree, Attorney Hattori, that more social workers are needed. I'm blessed with a team of 10, and I'll tell you, they move mountains. To go back to your concern about the release of clients or without any identification and whatnot, in that movement, DYA has pledged to service all the youth that come in. And we try, and from the moment they come in, we're already working on their ID, because with the summer youth employment, that was one of the learning, curves that we learned in the last 3 years, is a lot of the kids were prevented from, couldn't get jobs because they didn't have any form of official ID. We had to kind of bend the rules a little bit and accept their school IDs.
Tell me you're bending rules.
But that is our pledge also, to start ground level from us. And so all our social workers have been, on top of trying to ensure that everybody that comes in our doors, even though it's been lower levels, everybody leaves with some form of ID, so that whatever services they can qualify for when they leave us, they have at least that item to help them with. So
So-
Hang on, before your rebuttal, I would just like to say that we would love this entire day to be as interactive as possible. So if you've got questions, please do raise your hands and let us know, and we will try to bring in as many of them as possible.
I just want to make
Okay.
one last pitch on the foster family that we were referring to here. Someone asked me, what can we do to make it more enticing for foster families to sign up? And I said, well, it's actually quite easy. One of the benefits that they should have as being a foster family is that they go to the front of the line in every government agency that they have to deal with. It's as simple as that. It's like if they have to pay their taxes, regardless whether it's for their own household or for the kids, they should go to the front of the line. If they have to get a renewal of their driver's license, they should go to the front of the line just by the fact that they are foster parents, right? Because they already have so much burden on them. Why would we make them carry somebody else's burden and their own lives and not make it easier? Because they didn't do it for the money. I can guarantee you that. But if we can do everything we can to make it easier for them, so we need to sit with them in a group and say, what can we do to help you make it easier for you to do these things? I have 1 million of these, so I'll just start now. No.
So I would like to connect this back to a conversation that we had 2 years ago when we did the first Guam Human Rights Conference, which is we focused on human trafficking. And one thing that we found was that when victims of human trafficking were trying to be reintegrated back into society, they didn't have IDs. They didn't have any form of government identification. They couldn't access bank accounts. They couldn't rent apartments in their own name. They couldn't get a car loan. They were basically restricted from moving on in their lives because of this. So I think it's fantastic that we're bringing up something that seems as almost trivial as having an ID, but how incredibly important it is for people to work their way out of poverty, to recover from a traumatic experience. Incredibly important. So I would love to talk, like, as we had pointed out before, you all represent very different groups of people, and there are some similarities that you've highlighted in the need for access to different programs, access to identification. Are there any elements that you feel are specific to the groups that you represent that might need more attention?
I said, Department of Education. They're the first interaction. And that's where prevention can have its most greatest impact. And to take a look. Hi, Mary. To take a look at it seriously and figure out, not to criticize, but how we can support and really what do we expect of them, right? And can we think out of the box? If COVID didn't teach us one thing, is that we should think outside of the box. Because, man, the things that happened after COVID were all the bad things that happened, all the great things that it gave us, right? Like it made the whole bureaucracy of the world open their mind to Zoom conferences, Zoom court hearings, right? Zoom reporting, doing all of those kinds of things. In the area of Guam Behavioral Health, because I'm working with them in mental health court, right? We've always had this challenge of what is called the crisis response team. So just to give you an idea to think about during lunch hour is when somebody is having a heart attack, who do we call? The ambulance, right? 911. We recognize that mental health is an issue, it's a health issue. But when somebody has a mental health crisis, who do we call? The Guam Police Department, actually, right? We call the Guam Police Department. So why aren't we calling the ambulance? So in response to that, Guam Behavioral Health has been doing a lot of tremendous work trying to get up what is called a crisis response team so that people can call someone who's in crisis, they would call a crisis response team. The big problem is that there are not enough doctors, there are not enough social workers, right? They're not. So we're looking at all these innovative ways. And I thought, why would you send a psychologist out into the field? Why wouldn't you just train a bunch of police officers to be able to hold up a video camera and show them from the field to the psychologist at home so that you didn't have to put a psychologist on 12-hour on-call duty. It's when the call comes in, they'll answer the phone, they'll be able to observe. That's the beauty of that technology, right? That we should start thinking outside of the box and take advantage of technology. What was your question again?
The question was around the specific needs of unique groups.
Oh, anyway, I'm not going to answer that one because I don't think of one right now.
So one of the things I think that needs to be addressed or looked into is the youth transitioning into adulthood. And the reason I mentioned that is a couple of months ago, we had one or two individuals who were going to turn 18. And so one of the kids had his checks cashed right before he was leaving. We had him ready. We had his ID. And we were trying to assist him to open up a bank account. And there were so many restrictions about him not being 18, him being under or being a ward of the court. It prevented us from being able to assist him. We were even begging him, we don't really have leverage once you leave us, but we're going to give you our cards. Call us tomorrow. We'll transport you to the bank of your choice and we'll take you there. Because he was leaving with like $4,000 in his pocket. But he just kept saying, no, I'll be okay, ma'am. I'll call you guys if I need you. But this is a group or population that we really need to address in our policy, because even the banking institutions and other institutions, I'm sure, we're looking at the housing situation. A lot of times there's a black and white. There's very, very black and white. You're required to be a certain age. So what happens to these kids that are transitioning that don't have families to assist them or don't want them back? How do we better prepare them to go out into the community to be able to thrive? We're setting them up to fail. So as we have more discussions and dialogue today, I feel that's one of the areas to address with regard to youth.
As we come up on the end of the hour, I would just like to invite everyone to offer any sort of final thoughts or points that you'd really like to highlight. Any questions from the audience?
So while we're waiting, I just want to talk about like our office. I think the specific area that we need, that I'm most concerned about is the effect of crime against our COFA defendants, our COFA clients. Because what's happening is that there are a lot of convictions that are resulting in deportations. And so like I had a client who had 8 US citizen children on Guam, and then he had completed the drug court program, but because it was a deferred plea and it eventually got dismissed because he pled guilty, it's deportable. So this guy gets deported. His 8 children who've never been to the home state, I think half of them had to go back because they were young. The other half, we did a guardianship so the adult sibling can care for them. And so this problem really highlights the fact that we have to recognize the immigration consequences of some of these types of cases, and really the negative impact it has on those left behind. I mean, obviously in crimes, right, there's the actual victim, but they also have secondary victims, which are the family of the defendant, the children who, of the defendant, right? And so many of them are either left with family members while their father or mother gets deported. Sometimes when the father leaves, the mother follows, and then they don't have either parent on Guam, but they still are eligible for benefits. And so we also see it impacting the reporting of crime, right? Because now that the COFA community knows that certain offenses are deportable, it reduces the chance of crime being reported. So, it's a barrier to reporting family violence crime, and I think it's also becoming a barrier to reporting even sex offenses. We have cases where victims will totally recant when they realize like the effect it will have, and some of the recantations are true and some are, we don't know if they're true or not, right? But the risk of that happening. So it's a really big issue for that our office we deal with every day, and it affects our clients, but more directly it creates a whole new level of poverty when the supporting, the breadwinner gets deported for an offense that really, if you were born and raised on Guam, you wouldn't get deported for, right? Like a simple first offender family violence, or you know, a first time possession of a controlled substance. And so that, yeah, that's a specific concern that, we tend to deal with a lot.
Thank you so much for that. Could everyone please join me in thanking our panel for their incredible contributions? So we will be heading into a 15-minute break where you are more than welcome to chase down our fantastic speakers and ask them any more questions. Before we take off, I would just like to let you know our next session, we have 2 breakout sessions. They will both be held in the Unai rooms, which are right across the way here. Please take the bridge. Don't try to jump it. There are 2 sessions. Session A is on economic development and job creation. If you'd like to join, I'll be leading that one. Please follow me. We will have Dr. Roseanne Jones from the University of Guam, and we will have Melanie Mendiola from GITA. The second session is education and skill development, which Mary Kate will be leading. Follow her to that room. Which will feature Dr. Mary Okada from GCC and Dr. Anita Borja Enriquez from UOG. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon and half a day, everyone. Welcome back from your lunch. So again, I'm Mary Kate Saliva, the co-founder and president of the Guam Human Rights Initiative. I know some of you may not have been around for the morning session. For those who were, thank you for still being here. And for those who are not, welcome to the Guam Human Rights Initiative's second annual conference on poverty in Guam and the Pacific, where we will be meeting here for this next panel session. And just a quick note, you will see at your tables, we put, Asia had done this beautiful drawing. She's 9 years old, introduced her this morning, but feel free to color. I know poverty is a very heavy topic, all encompassing. So we put these on there so you can color, just again, to mentally, step in and out to keep you engaged. And then you'll also see a QR code at your table, and that QR code just to be able to support our future initiatives. Again, the Guam Human Rights Initiative is a 501c3 nonprofit based here in Guam. So even though Eric and I make our way back and forth between off island and on island, the nonprofit, our aim is to advance academic scholarly research on human rights issues impacting Guam and Micronesia. And we can't do that without the help of all of you and your incredible work that you're doing at the grassroots level. So it is with, again, this QR code takes you to the website and also to support our future initiatives. Now, I would, without further ado, going to introduce our 1:30 p.m. panel on youth and poverty in Guam. And this panel is going to be going until 2:15. And then we'll be going into our breakout sessions for later in the afternoon. And then we'll all be coming back in here for a session to talk, to just be able to give you each a voice. Some of you may have been sitting on some questions or comments all day that you want to be able to speak that out. And so you'll notice that in the last bit of our session today and time together, we're going to be giving an opportunity for any of you in the audience to voice your comments and concerns. And you will see art in the hallway. We have some art on display. This is done by local artists primarily, but we do have a couple pieces that were done by artists off island, but with ties to Guam. And 100% of the proceeds from this art auction will be going to the Guam Homeless Coalition. And we were having an art reception this evening down in the Prego room, just down here in the Westin building. We didn't want you to leave anywhere, so it's going to be there. There'll be food, drinks, and Microchild will be performing live for you all. So we're going to also close out that auction tonight at 8 o'clock. So you'll get to know whether you won one of the beautiful pieces outside. So please don't leave without seeing the wonderful artwork. They're sort of stretched out in different corners of the hallway, so you can wander around or find one of our staff members that can direct you to all the pieces as well. And please don't leave without seeing our community vendors who have incredible resources out there. I'm still learning about the resources that are available, but they've got, even if it doesn't apply to you, you may come across or know somebody within your family and friends in your inner circles that these resources would help them out. So please, especially as we enter the holidays, find ways to support and engage these nonprofit organizations and find out how you can assist in advancing their mission. All right, so without further ado, I would like to introduce two incredible ladies working out of Sanctuary, Leilani, and feel free to come up as I call your name, Leilani Giltinug and Pearl Mesa from Sanctuary. Please welcome them to the stage. There you go. We know Sanctuary is in the house. All right. And Leilani is a quality assurance officer at Sanctuary Incorporated Guam and serves as the treasurer of the Guam Homeless Coalition with over 10 years of experience in the nonprofit sector. She holds a master's degree in public administration from the University of Guam and is a certified nonprofit professional advocating for at-risk youth and families in areas such as health, housing, and human rights. So round of applause for Leilani. Yeah. Oh, please have a seat, ladies. And Pearl is a graduate of the Academy of Our Lady of Guam and holder of a Bachelor of Science in Criminal Justice. Joined Sanctuary in 2021 as a residential assistant and later became a case manager for the Transitional Living Program and Guma Mahaban Program. As of September 2024, she now serves as the program coordinator for the Guahan Youth Initiative, GYI. Round of applause for Pearl. Thank you. Thank you. And I'll be passing you both for your incredible presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Leilani Giltineg. I am the Quality Assurance Officer at Sanctuary. I am here with my colleague, Pearl Mesa, and we will be doing a presentation on youth and poverty in Guam. We're not the experts here, but we have worked with youth who are struggling with poverty and homelessness, and we just want to share a little bit of our experience. Okay, so Sanctuary, I have the clicker. Okay, so Sanctuary is a long-standing nonprofit organization here on island serving at-risk youth and families. We exist to improve the quality of life for Guam's youth, to promote reconciliation during times of family conflicts, foster development of responsible community members, and advocate for their needs in an effort to preserve family unity. We do this by providing the 24-hour crisis intervention services through the crisis hotline, temporary safe refuge during family conflicts and abuse, by providing 24-hour co-ed emergency shelter, and supportive counseling for youth and families, outreach, education, and prevention programs. Sure. So these are some of the services that we're currently offering at Sanctuary: the 24-hour crisis intervention hotline, 24-hour co-ed emergency shelter, which is a shelter for runaway, homeless, and abused youth ages 12 to 17, inclusive of case management services, therapy, and counseling. We also run the only residential treatment facility here in the Micronesian region, which supports youth who are struggling with substance abuse or use. We also do an outpatient and intensive outpatient group, inclusive of individual and family counseling. Okay, so based on our research and the work that we do, we've identified that these are some of the presenting risk factors of poverty. The continuous rise in the cost of living on Guam. From the 2020 census, we've read the reports that there's 1 of 5 people in Guam who live in or below the poverty line. So that's like 21% of people in Guam live below the poverty line. That the population during the 2020 census was 153,836. So from that number, we got 93% of the population of Guam is living in poverty or below the poverty line. Okay, some risk factor. One of the other risk factors that we found is that substance use rates. The increase in substance use rates, especially within youth, is contributing to poverty. So about 25% of Guam's high school students chose to be using marijuana versus 17% of Guam's adult population. At our current Saginaw facility and the High Hopes and Pathways outpatient groups that we offer, within the last years, from 2020 to 2023, we've served a number of 34 youth in the outpatient and a number of 38 youth in intensive outpatient. These youth that come to receive services at Sanctuary, they all are from families struggling with poverty. Other risk factors include family conflicts. Family conflict is a major factor to placement within Sanctuary, and these conflicts can involve physical, sexual, emotional abuse, and other contributing factors in the family. We've ran the numbers. These kids that come to Sanctuary for shelter and safe refuge are also from families struggling with poverty. I'll pass it over to Pearl. She'll cover some barriers and challenges that we've experienced while serving the youth population.
Good afternoon, Lonnie. You said that in like 10 seconds. How are we on time? Because I could talk forever. But okay, so barriers and challenges, limited availability of housing and emergency shelters for youth and young adults. Okay. Now, the second part, approximate cost of living on Guam is $3,800 per month. Just to give you guys an idea on the fair market rate, when I was a case manager for the Guma Manhoban program, it was my duty to go out and find out the fair market rate, deal with landlords, get their rates. So just an idea, when I took over in 2023, a studio for the FMR was $1,093. The following year in 2023, for a studio, fair market went up $113, which is $1,206. 2025, it goes up another 16 to $1,222. This is just for a studio. In the meantime, our minimum wage is still at $9.25 since September 1st of 2021. So that's actually a huge challenge if you want to talk about challenges. Again, minimum wage is not enough to sustain. I have cheat notes, but it's bigger up there. Minimum wage is not enough to sustain youth in permanent housing without rental assistance. Average monthly earning is $1,600. But even at that, the residents I have that are out in permanent housing don't even make that much with the minimum wage and the cut hours. With just being a high school diploma, their jobs are like mobile gas stations, security agencies, and sometimes, depending on the weather, their hours are cut. So there's a lot of factors that go into that. Landlord hesitancy to rent to homeless youth, young adults who are first-time renters. This was a huge, huge challenge. All of my residents that I had put into permanent housing, it's because I knew the landlord or someone knew the landlord. There was a relationship there. Everyone else, they were hesitant, coming from Sanctuary, first time. What's their income like? Even if we were willing to pay a portion because of the rental assistance, the program that we had, the Guma Manhoban, the transitional living program, they were still very hesitant. So even at that, with the help of OHAB, I know Rob was trying to get a community with landlords to help us with these first-time renters, but it's still a work in progress. Funding availability to sustain programs, prolonged length of stay in shelters due to no placement. That's another huge challenge that we have with our youth that's in shelter. Youth emotional readiness for independent living. This is big. We prepare, so under the Guma Manhoban program, it's up to 18 months. We prepare them with life skills, right? Before they actually go out into permanent housing. But even at that, I still have a resident till today who's been in permanent housing for over a year call me because he thinks he can't make it and he's been doing fine. So even though I'm no longer a case manager, because I have former residents still in permanent housing that we are still paying a portion of their rent, I still do case management. So I still go through this. I still see the barriers. I still see the challenges. Access to healthcare and nutrition. If anybody has worked with the public health system, they will know exactly what I go through. And I try to put on a good face because my badge says Pearl Mesa from Sanctuary. But I tell you, it's like I have to go to war every single time because the first thing they say is they're in an emergency shelter. You guys have to feed them regardless. But technically, they're homeless. Without the shelter, they're homeless. So that's a big hurdle too. And I can go on. How much more time do we have? It's 1:42. Okay. Lana, I helped you. How come you're not helping me? Next slide. Is this me or you? This is still me? Okay. Rising above the barriers. That's us. Go ahead, Lon.
Okay. So these are some things the sanctuary is putting effort in to rise above the barriers and support our at-risk youth and families. Our co-ed emergency shelter was originally taking in 9 males and 9 females at a time. As of right now, realistically, we're struggling with staffing capacity. So our current capacity right now is 5. We were able to secure some funding, additional funding, to bring our numbers up to 14 beds at a time. So we're working on this. We're continually searching for grants that would allow our organization to expand services and increase services to the at-risk population. And then recently, in the last fiscal year, we lost our Guma Manhuban transitional housing. But despite that, we still have how many? We have a number of youth in permanent housing that we're currently providing rental assistance for. And then we have our case managers who are advocates for the clients and guiding them to develop independent life skills.
You said that all in a nutshell, Lonnie. Thank you. There was no us in that slide. But yeah, so like Lonnie was saying, the Guma Manhoban program, which I was the case manager for, that ended in September 30, but I did have residents that were in that program who are now in permanent housing that I still do case management for. Moving on to the next slide. Future direction. Lon, you want to start that
Okay,
off?
sure.
DIY.
One of our accomplishments in this current fiscal year is that we had applied for a youth homelessness systems improvement grant through the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and we got it. It's the first time that HUD has ever put out this type of grant. And we were one of the 38 communities. Guam was one of the 38 communities to get awarded. So this is in partnership with Westcare Pacific Islands. We propose a project called Guahan Youth Initiative Program. This is not a direct services program. It's focused more on planning and bridging the gaps of service between service providers here on island to support youth homelessness. Our mission is to support the efforts of the Guam Homeless Coalition and improve the response system for the youth experiencing homelessness in Guam. Our scope of work is to establish and implement a new youth homelessness response system and to create a youth action board comprised of youth with lived experience. Through this action board, we will develop leaders in the communities along with those with lived experience. In addition to that, we'll be improving data collection and using that data that we've collected to develop a strategic plan moving forward. And then the strategic plan will help us bridge the gaps in services and increase the capacities of our local service providers. So this is a new program. We're still working on the implementation phase, but we're hoping to start the planning part with partners. If you're interested to know more, we'd be happy to answer any questions about this program. And then we're continuing to seek more support and funding sources that will help expand our services and increase programs for our at-risk youth.
So that's where I'm now at. I am with the Guahan Youth Initiative. We're a team of 5. We have the action board, the youth action board that we're about to kick off next month, which I'm extremely excited about. Excited and nervous because, you know, it's the first of its kind. I know the guidance from Lonnie will help us get this. No pressure. But yeah, so I am the program coordinator for the Guahan Youth Initiative. I have Jess, who is our outreach specialist, and 2 more of my team is out there. Brenna, our data coordinator, who was so kind to put this slideshow together yesterday. And also we have an admin assistant, Jay. So yeah.
That concludes our presentation. If anyone has any questions, we're happy to answer if we can. If, you know, if we need more time to answer your questions,
email.
you can send an email to us.
You did not just say that. No questions. Wonderful. Well, thank you guys for
Well, then I have a question.
sure.
So I was wondering about, we've been asking this with the other speakers even this morning too about, you mentioned some of the challenges and recommendations, but where do you see perhaps more community collaboration? I find that like the nonprofits sort of get stretched thin, you know, with understaff, dealing with grants, but where can the rest of the community engage and how
Hmm.
to support what you all are doing?
Thank you. So with the Guahan Youth Initiative, this will be the part where we involve the community members and all of other service providers for homelessness to collaborate on ways to improve the response system for youth homelessness and youth in poverty.
Great question.
Thank you. That would be a good question for Gura, but we also work with the Guam Homeless Coalition, and we just submitted an application for the Continuum of Care grant, which allows funding into Guam to support housing and shelters for adult populations and families. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, so we work closely with the professor from the psychology department and the sociology department. They would send in their students to do internship at Sanctuary. So the students will be focused on providing case management services or supportive counseling to the youth that we serve.
Building for adult populations. Hi, I'm Liz Napoli from the Guam Housing and Urban Renewal Authority, which is 100% federally funded by the U.S. Housing and Urban Development, which is HUD. And so we do have our RP&E department, our Research Planning and Evaluation department. We have a really good planners who Whenever the community has a need, you just need to contact our office and we will let you know when the application cycle is for what they call the community development block grants. And those are usually actually in March. The application cycle starts in March, but anyone is free to apply. You just need to, attend, like we do provide technical assistance on how to apply for those, especially when it comes to construction. Because we have built many facilities, public facilities, which of course Ghri's mission is to provide housing and community development, public facilities and public services, but they are to benefit the low to moderate income families. So we just need to have you give us a call, let us know what your idea is, and then we can guide you in the right direction.
Thank you, Director. Why don't I add, Ghri was actually the agency who built and donated our facilities at Sanctuary back in the year 2001, 2002. I was still in elementary school, so.
Wow.
But yes, right now, under the continuum of care grantees, we have 7 funded organizations that are providing homeless services to the homeless population. There's Anchor of Hope, there's Office of Homelessness and Poverty Prevention, there is, what else? Ghri's Housing First, right? Ghri's Housing First.
If they came to the housing part, I do have a handout that does indicate all the public services, community development, and then the continuum of care programs and mental assistance programs that we do provide, of course, with the help of the nonprofit organizations and other agencies that are the ones that provide the case management and the operational services that are needed. We provide the funding, but we do need to have other organizations to operate and provide case management.
Great. Okay, I don't want to take from Ms. Napoli's presentation later on this afternoon. Any other questions?
Thank you, Asia.
I just wanted to commend the team for their wonderful presentation and the legacy of Sanctuary in our community. And I see several former executive directors here and champions of Sanctuary who have really provided this service for our community. I think, so West Care Pacific Islands has currently a management agreement with Sanctuary Incorporated Guam to manage the programming and the administrative functions of the organization as we look towards merging under one umbrella. And the goal and the lessons that we've learned and looking at the more complex issues and challenges with regards to poverty and homelessness today, we anticipate that the number of youth may increase. And the question is, do we even know right now what those numbers are and who the youth are and what it looks like? If we didn't have a transitional housing program, we wouldn't have the data. And unfortunately, it's been an up and down with grant funding. I mean, anyone in the nonprofit world knows it's just an up and down game in terms of if you're funded this year for the program or you're not. So one of the goals of the YESI, it's called YESI under HUD, but the Guahan Youth Initiative is to understand what is the nature of youth homelessness, because we know that it exists in our community. Who is it affecting? What do the numbers look like, and what services are available without Sanctuary here, without Sanctuary having a transitional housing program? Where do they go? And how are they captured in this system? And is the adult system responsive enough to their unique needs? So it's also looking at the characteristics of the kids and the youth that come through the doors to say, How does it intersect with behavioral health? How does it intersect with education literacy? And with all the things that they need to be able to succeed and be great contributors in our community that we want to raise them to be. So we're really excited about the project, and I really want to commend this. This is the first of the kind in the nation, and we're really glad that Guam's able to be a part of this, and thank all the supporters in the room today of Sanctuary. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Age. I was trying not to make eye contact with you the whole time. I was like, she's making me nervous.
Any other questions? Okay, if there's no other questions, I would like to leave you guys with Abiba Sanctuary. This month we are celebrating 53 years of Sanctuary serving the youth and families here on Guam. This month we are running our home goods drive. We are accepting donations for beddings, kitchenware, anything that we could use in our shelters. As you know, we've been operating for 53 years, so we have 53-year-old spoons and plates and pots and bed sheets that need to go. We need new ones. In addition to that, we are also launching our Gentle Room project, which is open to the community to sponsor a room at the co-ed emergency shelter. You can provide the funding, we could do the work, or you could bring your own team and do the work, paint the rooms, replace the beds and mattresses, replace the aircon, donate a TV. Black Friday is coming up. Go 50% off. Netflix annual membership. These are all for the youth that we host in our shelters. We want them to feel at home in the shelters when they are going through really tough times. So if you're interested, please reach out. We have the whole packet. We can send it to your email.
If you guys want, you could email Stephanie Dralon, who's spearheading the Gentle Room project, at sdralon@sanctuaryguam.com. We also have boxes for donation at the Chalampago Mayor's office. We also have 2 outreaches at the GPO. The next outreach is on the 23rd from 10 to 2, right? We also have boxes at Koshules and Chalampago. We're working on getting them in Koshules Timuning. You know, we'll send a mass email out with our upcoming events and where you could donate, where the boxes are at. Oh, yes, and our main office as well in Maimai. Thank you.
All right. Alpha Day again. You guys get to see me multiple times today. Without further ado, we did get, thank you so much again. It's wonderful to have Sanctuary in the house, and thank you, Asia, for your remarks too, the work that West Care Pacific, and just the incredible work being done by the Guam Homeless Coalition. Again, I hope you stay after the event because we are having an incredible art reception at 5:30 this evening, with all proceeds going to the Guam Homeless Coalition. And since we have a bit of time, I just wanted to introduce a special guest that we have here today. Miss Judy Huffman, who is the wife of two-star Admiral Huffman of Joint Task Force Micronesia. And I just wanted to invite her to give some remarks because I'm sure it's maybe the first time that many of you were meeting her, but it's, I think, it's important with, the military presence on island too, to have sort of this, have a seat at the table, and just wanted to invite you to give some remarks.
Well, thank you so much. I met Mary Kate a couple months ago. We had a mutual friend. He's off island. He said, "Hey, I want you to meet with her, have coffee, whatever." That coffee turned into a 7-hour conversation. I think many of you who know her passion and her heart for the Guam Human Rights Initiative, and that was contagious, and it crossed over to me. You thought COVID was contagious. She's contagious. But I really wanted just to observe, to hear, and to listen to the organizations on island, whether they're nonprofits, The judge was really fascinating to talk to. He has a lot of good ideas and a lot of other ideas. But you know, we are temporary residents here on Guam, but I have to tell you that my heart has now got a location that it knows that it can always come back to because of just the people here and the love that you all have for each other and for your families. That's extended to even people who aren't related, although I'm not sure there are very many people who aren't related on Guam because the families are so big. So I really just want to be able to be a resource for you guys as well. If there is something that you think that our military can contribute to the conversation, whether it's volunteers, whether it's just hearing some of the needs that the military can partner with, I am an easy conduit for that. Also here today was Sergeant Major McGillen, who works for my husband at Joint Task Force Micronesia. He is a huge connector and a huge advocate for Guam and for the people of Guam in ways that we can help alleviate some poverty through employment, working with the University of Guam, and our youth programs here. So thank you all so much for allowing me to be here today and just to hear from you all. It's an exciting opportunity to bring everyone to the table. Thank you, Mary Kate.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, so now we're heading straight into our panel. I feel like I've never been to a conference where we've actually been on time. And especially I'm like, what happened to the tomorrow time? We're like early right now for the next one is supposed to start 2:15, but I'm going to introduce our incredible next panel. So 2:15, we're gonna be for the next hour. And please come up to this stage as I call out your name. Hannah Mendiola with Gala. Round of applause. Thank you, Hannah. Hannah Andrea Mendiola, pansexual Chamorro Samoan woman from Manila, holds a bachelor's in business administration from the University of Guam and has worked at Gala Inc. since 2022, where she serves as the program coordinator and administrative officer. And she has coordinated substance use prevention, workshops, summer camps, and outreach events, and has represented Guam at the Third Pacific Human Rights Conference on SOGIESC. So that is a mouthful acronym. What is that?
That's sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, and sexual characteristics.
Thank you. Wonderful. And to my team, could we get some water up here for the speakers? Because they're going to be going a whole hour and I'm not taking it easy on them. So, so the next one will be Joshua Flatley with Dirty Tree Environmental Consulting, LLC. And feel free to, Joshua Flatley, based in Washington, D.C., so I think he's traveled the furthest to come here, works at Keck International, Inc. He brings experience from previous roles at Dirty Tree Environmental Consulting and the U.S. Army Reserves, where he was also the former Army Reserve Commander here in Guam. He holds a 2019 Master of Business Administration degree from the University of Maryland Global Campus. A round of applause for Joshua. And also join me in a warm welcome to Kyle Mendipat of Guam Green Growth. Have you all seen Kyle? Haven't seen him. That was the one I was waiting on. Gosh, we were almost on time. So if he does end up showing, since he probably wasn't expecting that we're going to start early, but if he does come, we'll introduce him in a bit. But we'll just get started here. All right, so again, a round of applause for our two speakers. Here's our third. And is your mic working here?
Check, yes.
Wonderful. We're gonna have special hydration station for you guys. So Hannah, I know we got to meet recently, and just in case for folks, if you could just introduce the organization, and for those who may have never heard of Gala and the incredible work that you all do.
So Gala has been around since 2008. As mentioned, it's an LGBT plus nonprofit organization, and we focus on helping the LGBT plus community, their families and their friends through support, education, and advocacy. And majority of our work is prevention. So prevention is more so, I guess, preventing people from needing the services that most of these nonprofits here offer. And what that looks like is substance use prevention, workshops in high schools, middle schools, after school programs, summer camps, And that's our primary work. And then we also do LGBTQIA plus sensitivity training. I'm pretty sure some of you have been in it. We do West Care. I think we did West Care Pacific. And we're hoping to do more government agencies and local businesses. And then, of course, we have our Pride events.
Thank you so much. And Kyle. Give a round of applause for Kyle. What an entrance. Yeah. So magnified. Thank you so much. I was telling them that I haven't been to a conference yet where we've actually been early. So I was like, what is going on right now? He probably doesn't think we're starting for another 10 minutes. But thank you again for joining us with the Guam Green Growth. And as we actually mentioned this morning about poverty being the first of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And I know Guam Green Growth is all about the SDGs. You see the incredible, I feel like the SDGs are all over island now because of you guys, your team. So just to introduce that Kyle is a dedicated professional from Guam, currently working with Guam Green Growth to promote sustainable development and environmental conservation on the island. With a background in community engagement and environmental advocacy, he actively contributes to initiatives that support green infrastructure, climate resilience, and the preservation of Guam's natural resources. So again, round of applause for Kyle. Thank you so much again for taking your Friday. And so we just heard a little bit from Hannah, Kala, apologies. And Joshua, for you, how does environmental degradation impact poverty levels in Guam?
Okay, well, I guess I don't get an introduction. When us and half a day.
You don't get what I said. I was going hard on you. That's why you got 2 glasses of water.
That's right. So, well, first off, so I am the outsider of the group, but just to, I guess, point out why I was kind of invited to come in is I've been doing environmental research throughout the whole Pacific for about 20 years now. So I've been from Alaska down to CNMI, down to Samoa, California, and Washington, all over the place, just kind of doing stuff. So I'm kind of bringing the outside, more the Pacific perspective, more than just micro focus on Guam. And so with it, I have been here. I was here for about 5 years with the Army doing stuff, and that's that's how I kind of got linked up with folks here on the island and doing stuff. So it is a cool place, and I tell my wife all the time that once my youngest boy graduates high school, he's not my responsibility anymore, and I'm moving back out. So, but no, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk more on the global side of the thought process and the pattern that we're seeing, and what we just to bring a kind of an awareness, because even though the focus is on poverty and on the social aspects and the resources that are available, as everybody's more than likely aware, some of the most affected populations are the poverty populations, because they are 9 times out of 10, and this is coming from personal experience from when I was a kid. Most of the land that's in the lower levels, in the lower areas, that's now being eroded or in the high flood zones and stuff, are handed down through generations. And now the folks that are living there, talking about the generational poverty that we were talking about earlier, now that we have the generations living on the farm or living on the family plots in these lower levels, and now the sea rise is coming up, and those are some of the more affected populations out there, and that's across the world that I've seen. So with it, there's the environmental degradation that's happening now is and one of the main ones I would say is for Guam is the increased ocean temperatures and the sea level rise, because with those two breeds heavier storms, breeds more and more I guess what you want to call saltwater intrusion further in, and then more erosion and killing of the reefs as more washes out. And that's one of the main focuses with a lot of the research that I've been doing is trying to make sure, trying to figure out, trying to understand, because I'll never figure anything out, but I try to understand what's happening with the increased ocean temperatures so that we can kind of try to mitigate and develop a strategic plan further down the road so that there's sustainable living many generations past us.
Thank you. And I have a question for Kyle with regards to, don't worry, I will start easy for you for the intro, Kyle.
I'm ready.
So could you explain, I feel like people, whether it's Guam Green Growth or the G3, we see the sustainable development goals all over, even the side of vans. But could you explain for perhaps folks that don't know and those who may tune into the recording later, what exactly does the Guam Green Growth do and sort of how you all got started?
Of course. First off, thank you so much for having me. I'm fresh off a plane from Saipan. I ran down here. So if I smell like a piggy, you're welcome. My name is Kyle Mandapat, and as introduced earlier on, I'm the Associate Director for Communications and Community Engagement with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Sea Grant. We facilitate the Guam Green Growth Initiative here on the island. And Guam Green Growth is actually the largest public-private partnership in the history of Guam. We've got over 100 working group members from both the private sector, the public sector, academia, community groups. And the goal here, as you mentioned, is sustainability, the Sustainable Development Goals from the United Nations, which tackles not only poverty, but it tackles hunger, it tackles inequalities among genders, it tackles community building, natural resource conservation, the whole 9 yards. And the group was assembled at the time by our chairs, Dr. Thomas Kreis and the Honorable Lou Liangrao, our governor. Of course, as our new president, the wonderful Dr. Nita Borja Enriquez. She is also the co-chair now. And together, the plan is to create a plan. And with all good plans, especially in this modern day, create a system for tracking progress, which I think has been something we've been lacking as a species, right? I mean, you look at certain things, how will you know if you're winning if you don't know what that's supposed to look like? And so Guam Green Growth, and you can access this at guamgreengrowth.org, has a dashboard created and running that tracks numbers, stats, analytics across all of our working group members. Stuff from public health, stuff from construction workers, stuff from farmers, so that we can see the growth towards our goals that have been laid out by the working groups. It's updated, and I encourage everybody to check it out. It's also open to everybody to participate in. So we have different events through the year, including tree plantings to work on the erosion that we were talking about. We just had one that planted 1,600 trees in like 40 minutes, you know? And so it's open to everybody to participate, but Guam Green Growth is for the people and it's with the people. The University of Guam is a huge part of that, obviously. And like I said, the 100 plus working group members, we try to include everybody. So again, if you've got something you want to contribute to any of the SDGs, we welcome that. We have steering committee meetings every month. And we've recently started helping our brothers and sisters through Micronesia. We recently helped CNMI launch CNMI Green Growth. And we were in Palau to help them launch Palau Green Growth, because sustainability, especially here on our island, can't just be about our island, right? If you go back years and decades and centuries, Micronesia, man, it's huge. And so to bring our brothers and sisters and to bring our people here on Guam closer, we all got to be working towards the same goal. And I think at the end of the day, that is sustainability, but also satisfaction with our lives. Right now, there's so many people that I know, my age, your age, everybody's age, who wishes things could be better. Nobody wants to leave Guam, but we're seeing it. Our relatives are having to leave Guam because they can't afford to live here, you know? And so the better things get for our island, the better things get for our people, the more we can combat those needs to leave, the more we can help to end poverty on so many different levels. Because we all know poverty is not just about how much money you got in your bank account, $3.15 if you're asking for mine. Right? There's different forms of poverty. So we got to kind of work together to find a solution, but also, like I said, to track our progress towards those solutions. Otherwise, we're just talking to each other in a circle, in a bubble, and nobody's ever going to know how they can help or what progress is being made. Thank you for that question.
Thank you so much. So, and for Hannah, with regards to the work that Gala is doing, I know that when we had spoken before a few months ago, you had talked about even the engagement with youth who are currently living in impoverished situations or who have that lived experience. What are the challenges that you're hearing from the youth with regards to poverty?
I think bottom line, the kids don't want to call themselves that they're in poverty. And I think that the attitude towards how much money you have or don't have, I think it's changed drastically. Kids are a lot more accepting towards one another. They're not putting each other down for what they have or what they don't have. But the challenges I see is their mindset, I would say. Their mindset as in they don't know if they can change their situation. They're actually very demoralized. They don't think that it's possible for them to one day have their own place, afford groceries, have their own car, have a job that they care about, that they go to every day, and they can't see past what they're experiencing right now. And if you've never experienced poverty like firsthand, then you don't understand the amount of stress that people go through just to figure out how do they get food on the table, how do they get through, your kid asking for an extra $10 for a field trip. And so I think the kids are looking at themselves as if it's just never going to happen for them. And so why should I even try to get out of the situation, or why should I even try right now when I see, I just see my family going through this, and maybe it's just enough for now that I can just stay like this. And so, yeah, demoralization, I think, is something that we need to work on. I know we try to incentivize kids with or program incentives like $10 movie gift card, or you stay for the session and you get a coupon to somewhere. But ultimately, it's just trying to let them know that they have more to look forward to beyond what they're experiencing right now.
Thank you so much. And we're definitely going to circle back on and to dive deeper into that. But just to keep going, Joshua, for you, what are some sustainable practices that you feel that Guam can implement to protect the environment while supporting economic growth?
Well, so I think I'm sitting next to the expert here. I'm going to so from what I've seen from other places that kind of starts working in good favor is a lot of times it's on the local towns or the local village and the mayors of those towns to kind of promote different sustainable actions, because everybody hears everything from the feds and from the state, but nobody, unless it's getting down into the local practices with maintaining. I think someone was saying earlier about the mayors are the best form of information for where folks are and what they have their situation. So with it, you can have the homes be more reliant on being a homestead. And one of the big things I mean by that is removing some of the plastics that are out there. And that's a large one. That's one of the better sustainable actions that needs to happen throughout everywhere. But the single servings, the single use, and if the mayors try to advocate folks to live, I guess, grow more crops in a communal basis, if there's land for community gardens, catching rain barrels and stuff like that for natural fresh water, because the freshwater lens is getting tapped into pretty heavy right now. Even though it's wet season, I'm pretty sure it's under heavy constraint even today. And so being more sustainable with that would help the folks in the towns be a little more reliant on themselves and less onto the larger systems.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Do you want to also touch on that? Oh, okay. Well, I was going to say because, sustainable development goals, there are how many?
There are 17.
Oh, you got it right. Good job. On my
LinkedIn.
The first one is poverty. It was mentioned again this morning because it all ties back to poverty. But because of there's 17, and you talking about how big your team is and all the different project initiatives, how do you all go about? Uh, I don't know if prioritizing is the right word, but sort of, I guess, into where you're putting your resources and how you're dividing that up. Because I know poverty is. People keep telling us for even just one day, it is so massive. They're like, Ricky and Erica, what are you going to talk about? Like, what about poverty? Right.
Truth,
And so there's so many, the 17. So could you talk us through sort of how your team goes about addressing that, even if you want to start with poverty?
Okay. Well, our working groups of the 100 people, we broke them down into focus areas. So there's 5 different focus areas, and some of the different SDGs are grouped together based on the relevance and how they closely tie, right? Reduced inequalities goes very well with gender equality. So those kinds of things are all tied up together. But I think that sometimes we get kind of sidetracked, especially when using the word poverty. And I think we forget like what we should be moving toward. And I think for me, like I said earlier, poverty is not just about money, right? We can be financially impoverished. We can be culturally impoverished, where people can't speak our language. They don't know our culture. You know, we need to kind of think, in my opinion, about all of the different kinds of poverty. And then as a people, and that's the only way it's going to get done. You know, and I'm sorry to say, but I read a book once. It was by a wrestler, China. I don't know if you know her or not. But in it, she got me thinking, and there was a quote in it, and it was saying that being poor is not a rich man's problem. And it's the truth. How do we move beyond the discussion and actually get to real action? I feel it can't be done with a group of 100 people sitting around talking about it. We got to get people who are involved or who are being afflicted, right, to want to help and bring real solutions to the table. So that's what we try to do with Guam Green Growth. And specifically in areas around poverty, food security is a big one for me. Obviously, I'm very plus size. And so food security is so big. We work on food security. We have community gardens throughout the island where people learn how to grow their own vegetables. We recently launched our sea bass program, community-based aquaculture systems, where we've given away, or we're giving away, I'm sorry, total aquaculture systems, including like lettuce growing and fish. We're actually putting the fish in the entire system. You don't have to pay for it, but you can learn how to sustain yourself and your family with the fish, with the vegetables that you can grow. And we plan to roll even more out, like 100 more units through the next year. And it's open to everybody and it's free. But what we're finding is not everybody's ready to go. Some people like going to pay less and spending $8 for cereal. It's just the way we are. I think until we as a people, we as an island, we as a community stand up at least for a minute and agree that we need to be a little bit uncomfortable to get more comfortable, we're never going to see any progress. Because the reality is, as much as people want to say, oh, the reason rent's so expensive is because the military is coming. Oh, it's because Section 8, that's why rent's so expensive. The truth is, no, it's not. The reason rent's expensive is because the person who owns the house says, I want all that military and Section 8 money. Every time I do a career day for kids, middle school and up, I start with one question. I say, who here wants to live in a house? All their hands fly up. And then I say, who here knows how much a house costs to rent every month? And I get answers from $100. And I say, where do you live? And I get answers that say $2,000. But I break their hearts when I say, no. If you want to live in a house with 3 bedrooms and 1 or 2 bathrooms, you better have $2,450 every month. And they go, huh? And I say, that's why I work 5 jobs. And it's the truth. I work at Guam Green Growth. I work on the radio. I own my own business as an event host and coordinator. I teach at Guam Community College. And it's because I got 3 kids and they want to live in a house. So until we can bring everybody to the table and somebody, a group of people says, you know what, I know that these programs, and again, there's nothing wrong with the programs. Don't get me wrong. I love them. We need them. But until a group of people says, okay, boy, I know I could get $2,500 a month from this group, but I'll give you the house for $1,600. And until enough people do that, that it brings that number down, we're not going to have any cheap housing here. I don't care how many houses you build, because it's still going to be within the market. It's still going to be within the price line. But last time I checked, nobody came into the house that I've been renting for 10 years and injected gold into the ground. So why all of a sudden is it worth that much more? Right? So in terms of poverty and in terms of what Guam Green Growth tries to do, we just try to get people thinking and working towards sustainable solutions, stuff that we can do on our own without waiting for people to come up with solutions for our island. Thank you.
Thank you. Ooh, that's good. But you know, it's like to your point, Kel, that it's a heavy topic. And we were actually, when we were talking to the local artists about doing the artwork for the auction tonight, we were thinking that they'd want to paint scenes of poverty, but we realized people don't want to hang that on their wall. People don't want to bid on artwork that shows starving people or homeless people, even though these are heavy topics to talk about. And right, we don't want to see.
We deserve better.
Right.
People ask all the time, why are reality shows the highest rated shows on TV? It's because nobody wants to watch NCIS and SVU every day of their life. They want to watch some crazy people getting drunk and living their best life. And so I credit, and I want to say a shout out to this group over here. This is our Guam Green Growth, Local 2030, Islands Network Conservation Corps. All of these students live in the UOG dorms. They come from our neighboring islands, our brothers and sisters throughout Micronesia, and all of them woke up one day and said, I want to do something more. I want to contribute to my community. And they're here, and they're studying, and they're learning, and they're working so that they can bring all that. Their intention is to bring it home and to better their islands. We're on Guam now. Who's trying to better our island? Kudos to you. Thank you.
Yeah, round of applause for our young next generation over there of change makers. Thank you. Thank you for that. And Hannah, speaking back, you know, and piggyback off of the youth now, what are the demographics, the at-risk youth that you serve, and sort of what is the call to action that you would have for the community in helping this particular demographic population?
Demographic that we serve. I mean, we don't, what is the word? I mean,
Do you find there's a trend, or is it just youth? Is it just in general, just youth in general, or do you find more of a particular demographic that you all serve?
We do get requests from people. I mean, they're still technically called youth, right? Up until age 24. So up until age 24, that's usually the age group that we serve. I just wanted to say something because you said cultural impoverisation. That is very true. I think that's what's going on right now. You know, people aren't seeing their culture as a prevention, a point of prevention. You know, I'll talk to my grandparents. I love talking to them. They're so funny. But I'll talk to them and they'll say, you know, we didn't have homeless. We wouldn't let our family members be on the streets asking for money or food or shelter. We would take them in and they would be taken care by us. We wouldn't let them be out there by themselves. And I think that we need to put more effort on the family unit, supporting the family unit. I think it's getting really difficult because there's a lot of divisive language from people, the individualistic idea that, you know, we're on our own and we can't rely on people. It's coming from the separation of the family. And I think that kids aren't feeling as supported by their culture. They're actually thinking that culture limits them, when really a lot of our cultural values are meant to protect us. Like everyone in here, pretty sure we're contributing to Nathemalic. You know, even just seeing our youth as extensions of ourselves and that we should be taking care of ourselves. I think that's where the issue is. And demographic, it is Pacific Islander kids. It's kids that, you know, that are Chamorro, Chukis, Pohnpeian, Palauan. Poverty doesn't discriminate. It's everywhere. And I think we're just That's so interesting demographic. Sorry, because I'm like, there's probably people that just associate poverty with our fellow Micronesian brothers and sisters when it's really not the case. Um, yeah, it's really not the case. And I think, um, sorry, I'm like collecting my thoughts, but I think that recognizing that our island culture, the practices that we have set in motion, I think that's what's mobilizing our work today. But I urge everybody to look at your family first and see, are you helping your family out? Are you aware of the situations that they're in? Everyone has that one auntie or uncle that's not well off, or um, are experiencing substance use or the negative effects of substance abuse, and they're just not saying anything, or they're not having it as a part of the conversation, when in reality that's your family, that's someone that you should be helping. um so yeah, I think that's all I'm
You know,
gonna say.
thank you for that, because you also had that call to action. And I appreciate you mentioning that poverty doesn't discriminate, because that's really important. And I think that there are a lot of myths surrounding that and what we think that poverty looks like, when there's also, hidden signs of it that aren't right. They're hidden in plain sight, right? Folks that we're at the grocery store with, that we don't realize that how much they are struggling and in need, which makes it difficult to identify what more resources are needed. And I realize that I'm asking so many such different questions to each of you. It's because each of you are doing such different work, but incredible work. But together we wanted to be able to have you all on this panel. And so, Joshua, for you, I wanted to ask about, you're our one contact when we talk about the Pacific in a broader concept, but how can local and international partnerships help Guam address its challenges with poverty and environmental sustainability?
Okay, so there's as everyone in here is well aware, as being part of nonprofits, being part of profit, or government organizations, there's a wealth of resources out there. And it's just finding the right one that fits the application that you're looking for. And so there's actually folks out there, and there's folks out there that actually will, if you're in some a certain demographic or a certain type of work, they'll find the resources, and there's companies that'll help you find government grants and do all that stuff for all that. And so, but having the organizations out there like Guam Green Growth, it's growing, and we were just sitting here on the side, and he's building up a like a info share system that all the islands can kind of put their information and research it, so that way you can see what's happening on other islands. And that kind of an organization is rare, especially between like we'll use CNMI and Guam having the different governmental governance systems that are there. That's you're bridging a gap that's not been bridged in most of the world, even in mainland, county to county government, state to state. They don't talk except for at a conference once a year. And so stuff like that is great hearing about it. But with the various organizations that are out there, there's a ton of reading and there's a ton of stuff, but it just takes a person that has that initiative to go forward with finding those partnerships that are out there. And that's why I like coming out and doing and coming to the different places and trying to bring the resources that I know from what I've heard from different places and bringing it forth to, for this kind of organization or this kind of conference. So but it works great from every level, every facet of organization, from nonprofits. Nonprofit to nonprofit can talk a different language than NGOs to the government, because there's a different lines that everybody has to follow. And so with it, when you bring conferences like this together, and I would implore you to heavily recruit the mayors of the villages and the different bring Saipan and Rhoda and Tinian and everybody in, and try to get this, because this is, like everyone up here has already said, this is a multifaceted issue that does not stop at the island, at the reef. It goes everywhere and everywhere around the world. So building those organizational partnerships is crucial just for the knowledge share, because what happens here is unique but it's also not unique of what's happening in your neighboring communities. And so that can be brought forward that way.
Thank you so much. Kyle, I'm ready for you to preach.
Sorry.
No, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm here for it because I think you're touching on some incredible points. And I feel like the big one, because I feel like the target audience to convince about this and the change that's needed aren't the folks that are in this room, because the folks in this room are already getting their hands dirty and knee deep in mud. They've been going at it for years and years and years. And sort of what, that's why I love that we're recording this too, because we want to be able to push this out. But what would you say is that call to action to the community? It was actually mentioned during a breakout session earlier on workforce development, but that there's this sort of itis about folks just being lazy about it, or they're purposely just staying, below that to stay on welfare, and it becomes generational. So, your thoughts on breaking that cycle, that call to action for the community to sort of shake things up.
I think that we need to bring up how technology and everything else has made opportunities for advancement a little easier. I think that when we talk about bettering your life and bettering your family's life, it's obviously a daunting concept, right? Automatically, you might go, oh, but I'm tired, but there are opportunities. And when you look at Dean Jones from our SBPA, the wonderful Dean Jones, there are people who have come through her classrooms, people who have come through her programs, and they're so much better for it. And she and I had a conversation. I don't know if you remember this, Dean. This was a long time ago. And I asked her, I said, how does it feel like kind of bringing all these business people? And she told me, she said, well, you never know what they're going to do with a degree, which is true. They don't always end up in business, but the things that you learn from those kinds of programs can benefit you in so many ways. And I feel like the resources are there, but maybe not everybody has a touch on how they can be availed, right? I run into people all the time and I'm like, are you going to college? Are you going to school? And they say, no, I'm just working. And I'm like, but you could easily get a Pell Grant. Like, so easy. Dude, you could be going to school for free, bro, and they'll buy you a computer. I have to pay for my own college and I don't have a computer. So why aren't they availing of these opportunities? And like I said, maybe they don't run a business after they get their degree. Maybe they become teachers. Maybe they become people who will inspire more generations further to continue to grow and to chase those dreams. So I feel like that could be one of those things, one of those calls to action could be to showcase how easy, not really how easy, because I shouldn't say that, but how accessible these opportunities for growth actually are, especially here on Guam, where we are all classified as an underrepresented minority, right? If you go to UOG with us, like we have programs falling out of everywhere for underrepresented minorities, but the minority is the majority. So everybody can qualify for these programs, but people just, for whatever reason, don't, maybe because they don't know about it. So I think that's where we can kind of help to maybe bridge the gap on that. Because I really don't think people are inherently lazy. I really don't. Maybe that's just me and my rose-colored goggles, but I think people want a good life. I think people want a good life for them and they want it for their family. Like I said, I have 3 kids. I got no wife, so I'm doing this all on my own. And all I try to do every day is teach my kids that if you want something, you got to work for it, because it's not just going to appear out of nowhere. And whether you want an Xbox or you want a certain car, or whether you just want to wake up and, like you touched on it, right? The priorities of the generation are different. There are kids who just don't want to chase the dollar like that. And that's okay too. But what are you going to do with your life? How are you going to live? If you don't care how much you get paid, but you want to go help build houses for people who don't have houses, that's champion, do that. But that's like I said, it's a cultural thing. So how do we get there? I think people need to know more about it. Does that answer all the questions?
It did, 'cause I kind of want to add on about the sustainable part, because we throw around the word sustainability, but it's like you said, we could end up building somebody a house with them, they can't maintain it, because like you said, are they only making $100 a month? Like you said, the kids like, is it only cost $100 to live there? So just like that sustainable part of, I know it's a much bigger question we probably have time for, but what are I guess briefly your thoughts on that, the sustainability piece?
I think it's a matter of the definition of sustainability. And I think a lot of people have different opinions of what sustainability is. My personal definition, the one I sleep at night with, and the one that I put on my Instagram every now and then, is having enough to live a good life without taking it from anybody else, right? Future generations. Meaning, am I living a life right now that I can do without inconveniencing my children? Do they have to pay to take me to wherever it is I gotta go, or whatever the case is? Do I have to take food off of their plate to put it on my plate? Sustainability for me is no. You should be able to support yourself within your means without needing to get other people involved, so to speak. That's what I think sustainability is. So I'm gonna keep working to where I can support my family without asking my dad for money. That's what sustainability is for me. Without expecting my parents to pay for my kid's cell phone, I'm gonna do my hardest to work my butt off wherever that looks like so that I can sustain my family. And if you think about it, if we get to that point where everybody can live a life they like without having to inconvenience anybody else, dude, that's nirvana, bro. That's what we're all striving for, right? To have the life we want without having to tax on anybody else or have anybody else say, hey, remember when I lent you $3? You owe me now, right? That's a life. That's sustainability to me.
Thank you. Now I'm about to open it up to the audience to ask you all questions, but did any of you want to do a follow-up to what Kyle just said? Do you have any thoughts?
Sure, I will
Great, Joshua.
absolutely take the opportunity because everything you said was absolutely 100% on point. And what I would like to do is I'd like to bring in all three of our perceptions, points in talking to the U of G students out there. Make the connections, make the build the relationships with those outside partners. Be curious about everything in the world. That's why I'm standing here in Guam when I'm living in DC or just outside of DC. So be curious and be out there because everything that's happening here with everybody that's been presenting today is we're all getting up there. You're the next step into you can take what we're building and build it into the next, take that sustainability concept and carry it forward 15 years from now, 20 years from now. You could be sitting up on the stage talking and having fun. But building it with inclusion of everything that's going on, including the environmental world, the human rights world, the LGBTQ plus world, everything that's happening, and working that forward to make that sustainability last 20 years from now. That's what. So.
Thank you, Joshua. I think that's the one thing that I always say when I'm off island at other events about how easy it is in Guam to run into, the judge or the speaker or former senator. There are professors at the university, at the Guam Community College. Like nowhere else have I ever been in where it is that easy to meet with the key leaders and influencers and mentors. And I get a look from Cynthia Cabot, one of my longtime mentors in the back, always gives me the eye, but Guam Coalition. But it's incredible and it's so easy to do it. I mean, it's one of those things that I love about Guam, and but it's also that of like sometimes those solutions, those change makers are right in the room, and it's just sort of empowering, inspiring that next gen to make those connections. And I wanted to open this up since we do have still about 30 minutes left on this panel. I have a list of questions, but I wanted to open up to the audience. If anyone has questions, continue the conversation. Yes, Erica.
Sorry about that. So I kind of wanted to ask about something that both Hannah and Kyle touched on. So Hannah, you mentioned a lack of hope in some of the young people when it comes to talking about the future. And Kyle, you had talked about these micro farming solutions that weren't being taken up at quite the rate that you had expected. So I'm wondering if there's an overlap there and a way that if it was brought to children and almost gamified and taught as like a great way to get outside, because no kid really wants to sit in a classroom all the time. So it could be like let's take a break, let's get outside, let's get our hands dirty. Like, is that the kind of thing that might be able to help with both the mental health element of it and also try to get kids engaged more in personal and micro farming options?
That's cool. I think that's a cool idea. I mean, when I think of demoralization in the youth, it's to expand a little bit on it, it's just they see all of these world terrors happening. And so they're like, how am I supposed to plan for the future when I'm not sure the future is going to happen? But opportunities like that is such a great idea. I think if you present it to youth, I mean, I'm not that far off, but I mean, I was just at the dorm 2019, guys. I graduated 2022. So he's very right. You could be right here, and very soon. But I think that's such a great idea, and I think kids are open to hearing as long as you feel passionate about what you're doing, especially the way that you're talking about everything going on with Guam Green Growth Initiative. I think that as long as you convey the importance to them, they're very willing to take on the challenge of that.
I agree. I agree. And I think that we as adults have to contribute to that, right? Again, that goes back to our culture, right? Chamorro people, we were not writers, we were talkers. And have we lost that bit of our culture that gives us as adults that feeling, that ownership of stewardship towards these upcoming generations? When was the last time you gave one of your children or your nephews or your nieces advice about life? Right? So I think it can go all towards that. And specifically for the younger children, I think, like you said, right, to make it relevant to them, it's the first name or the first part of the game of marketing, right? And I think that we gotta be where they're at, right? Especially nowadays, we gotta bring our message to the places that they will eat it up the fastest, digest it the best, and poop out great ideas. And that could be social media, that could be YouTube. We recently released the second issue of our magazine for children. It's called Salan Descubri. It's my take on Sesame Street name, but it's Salan Descubri, The Road to Discovery. And it's a STEM magazine targeting children K through 12, and it's place-based science. So that when you go into your schools, and again, this is the resource that we have, right? We love that we have textbooks, but they're talking about polar bears. When was the last time you walked outside a Stumbo and you saw a polar bear, Uncle Fred? Never. And so we brought this magazine together. It features local art, local stories, and it's all about educating our people and making them feel empowered, because the science that surrounds us is real life. And it doesn't make it any less valuable than learning about Mount Everest if you're learning about Mount Jumalongmonglo, right? Or learning about the invasive brown tree snake versus learning about the boa constrictor that you're not going to find on the side of the road. So I think that if we're talking about engaging the youth, engaging younger generations, future generations, we just got to be a little bit more cognizant of the fact that they're not listening to the same things we listen to. They're not watching the same things we're watching, and we got to meet them there and give them the opportunity to ingest. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And does anyone have any questions? How about from our young people? Come on, you guys are the future and the now. We'll call on you in a bit. Yes. Oh, Dean, I feel like we should have you on this panel. We should have just had you in a breakout session.
Thank you. I think what I hear from this, I'm very humbled to be here with this group because I hear so much success and so many good ideas and so much talent that beyond this island, we have a voice that needs to be heard. I've gone to so many conferences to pick up on your point that what we're doing here, we don't give ourselves enough credit for the work that we're doing here. And it's important. The voice of Guam has to be out there in some way because I think we have some information to share and ways of doing and ways of knowing. The other thing that humbles me is I haven't experienced poverty, and I'm always reserved to have anything to kind of say about poverty because I believe that until you really live that, be respectful. And yet I see it, and I think more are going to see it. And the issue of environment, all of a sudden, you could be going along just fine one day, and climate poverty, the result of the devastation that we're seeing by environmental change induced by some of the climate action that's been happening. You see it in the United States. One day you're fine and the next day you're homeless. So I think there's another area that Guam has an expertise in this. Hong Sang-hwa really harmed this island. Everyone worked together. Soon after, there was Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans with looting and shooting, and some places here were without power and water for 6 months. And not one incident of anything like that. This coming together, this working together, this sustainability that's induced by climate action. So I think that's kind of a voice that opens doors. It's a new and emerging idea because the United States and other communities are beginning to get it, that poverty is for somebody else's issue. But one day when you wake up and you have absolutely nothing, you're experiencing poverty too. So I encourage you to keep going with what you're doing.
Thank you so much, Dean. That's the other thing that I love with Guam too, is that so many of our educators, they see their students, right? And to see them going on to continue to have great success. Any questions? Yes, ma'am. I feel like we need a mic runner. I can run faster than me in heels. Yeah, there you go, Bentley.
I don't really have a question. I just wanted to comment on some of what was shared up there, right? And in my many years of living on Guam, right? And I grew up after when Typhoon Karen hit and the entire island was devastated. And so I was able to, with my family and our relatives next door, we learned how to survive and help each other to rebuild until there could be enough construction materials, et cetera, for our homes to be rebuilt. I mean, we really lived in make-do shelters, right? But what I wanted to share is that, and in my 6 years of experience working at Ghri and getting phone calls from constituents, clients of ours who are going through hardships because they do not have shelter. One of the things that I've observed is that family dynamics have really changed over the many years. It used to be where, our culture, we really did take care of our elders. And I'm fortunate that in my family, longevity runs in both sides of my family. So my sons were able to grow up seeing that kind of family dynamic where I helped to care for my parents when they needed help, as they became older and were ailing. And the same with my elderly aunt who didn't have any children. So my sons witnessed that. And they now live abroad, but they don't, they will never forget the kind of family dynamics that they witnessed in my family. And they've seen also that, I come from a large family. I have there are 9 of us. And some of us are better off than the others, and a lot of it has to do, I guess, with planning. It really takes planning to make sure that when hard times hit, you're able to survive, right? And some of us planned. There was mention of have a savings account, start something while you're young. And so I was fortunate enough to have a mentor who told me at age 30, you need to get a life insurance policy. You need to start, a savings account, et cetera, so that I was able to do better and build a home that I've been in for 30 years, and also be able to, as a single mom, raise my children and be comfortable, right? But not everybody is that fortunate. And what really hurts for me is to hear from elderly who have been evicted from their houses by their children. They have nowhere to go, or even young mothers who are maybe 20, but they already have like 5 children and are on the brink of homelessness. So for me, I think number one, it would help if maybe in the education system, right, start young and provide role models for the young children to see, right? Provide role models, positive things for them to look forward to. Because I was in the education system for 28 years as well. And so I saw the whole gamut of from the well-to-do to the ones that were really, really struggling, were even in abusive families, et cetera. So, you know, and a lot of it had to do with not enough time was being spent with the children at the homes. And then, the parents were struggling. So if mom and dad were ailing, they couldn't help mom and dad either. So there's just so many things that happen that cause poverty, right? Unexpected health circumstances, unexpected financial crisis because you lost a job or you got kicked out of a home. And there really are very many hidden homeless here because there are families that do continue to care for, their family members. Thank goodness. But I think maybe starting with the youngsters is I don't know, have the schools help them have role models, and help them to plan and know that, like Kyle said, things aren't just going to fall in your lap. You have to work hard for, what you want in your life and the happiness that you want, comfort that you want. Everything is something you have to work for. And I see that there are many who take that for granted. And, because they're being enabled. Actually, that happens. Parents enable their kids because they provide everything because they don't have the time for them. So they buy things for them to make up for that. So that's just my little thing is, in my many years, I think it would help to have some way of having the students in elementary school have role models and, get that continued encouragement to make a better life for themselves. Thanks.
All right, we have about 15 minutes before we go on break. For the last session, does anyone else have a question? Over. Oh, back that way.
Which book, Auntie? Oh, Tell and Discovery. You can come to my office, or we actually distributed them to the libraries. So you can actually stroll into the libraries and grab them. We have limited prints right now, but we already ordered more, and they're printed on recycled paper. Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So yes, we have them at my office in Dean Circle at the University of Guam, House 21. Come, get it till it's gone. Yeah, it's free. It's free, 100%. And we've got 3 more issues coming out.
Hey, so I just want to touch on that, and I just want to say that what I've seen over other places is anytime that anybody wants to make like a children's book or anything, have it in the eye, from the eye of the child. Don't make it from the eye of the adult because they don't speak the same language as us. So, and the reason I say that is because a lot of the stuff that is for my kids, back home, it's kind of written. You can read it and tell it's written by an adult, but having like an editor that's a kid, that or a child, a youth that would be able to read it through. Because I do the same stuff. I make little books and stuff for the different organizations I'm in, but I always use the youth as a opportunity. I run it through them and take a look at me curious, like I'm like, all right, hold on, I gotta go back to the drawing board and redo something. But no, it's a good thing to do because it brings the awareness of what you want from their perspective, and that's the way to get generational change is by starting them when planting the seed when they're young. So that way it builds that through for the rest of their lives. Because a lot of us, we just subconsciously know what we're going to do because we learned it at 4, 5, 6 years old. We just still carry that forward. So just if you're going to, push that forward, that's a good point.
I just want to make a comment. I was in the session earlier, the breakout session, the education session, and even listening to everybody. There's funding for youth. There's funding for them to go to school. There's opportunities, and it seems that they just don't know about it. But if you bring that back further, where do the youth come from? They come from families, whether they're dysfunctional or not. They will learn their values. You, Mr. Mansfield, learned it from your family. Work hard. Live within your means. But there are people that don't know that. Liz, you mentioned mentors. You get your mentors early in life, not when you go to school. Because I have people who say I didn't go to school because my mom wanted me to watch my little brothers and sisters, or I had to go help her do laundry. So those values weren't passed down. So I think we have to start focusing on strengthening families and then doing research. What kind of families do we have now? How do we address their needs where they are now, so that at least the kids will have these values to want to work hard and make more of themselves and not despair. They see their parents and they see their parents living like this, and that's all they see, which is depressing.
Yep.
So I don't hear a lot about strengthening families and understanding families. Right? It's not the nuclear family anymore. So we got to start looking at alternatives. And I think this is a place to start, as opposed to having a lot of money, but people aren't jumping on it.
Yep.
Right? They mentioned 80 positions. I mean, Dr. Okada mentioned there's 80 positions for the tuition paid at GCC, and only 27, the slots were only filled by 27 people. So those values weren't there to begin with. That's why. So that's my comment. What can we do for families? That's my point. And I don't hear research being done and programs being offered, or something in the community for families.
I agree 100%, 100%, right? The family is, as you mentioned, right, our first exposure to people outside of our parents, whether that be your cousins or your uncles, your aunties. And I think that for us, again, as a culture, we have lost that kind of connection. I grew up, and I'm sure a lot of people in the room grew up in a time where you can get yelled at and whacked by anybody who had the same blood as you. And while some people might look at that and say that's kind of harsh, and I know that to the extent that it was given to me, I see now in retrospect, raising my own kids, that it really does take a village. And I know that's so like old and it's so like played out, but it's the truth. And I feel like I said earlier, like, what are we doing as people to be those mentors, to bring that kind of thing, right? I know everybody's super busy right now, but if it starts at the home, and on Guam, the home is not just your house. That is Nana's house, is the home where everybody goes to. How do we contribute more to not only the raising of our own children, but to be those role models for the other members in maybe our circle, but also beyond? Like, I remember as a kid, so many times, like, my dad would pull over if he saw somebody spray painting on the wall, and it's not his kid. Like, I don't even know this guy. He's a neighbor's kid. And my dad would be like, hey, stop it. You want paper? I'll give you paper. And, as a kid, I was like, oh, Dad, stop. You're embarrassing me. But now I think to myself, if my kids ever get to that point, and luckily for me, they aren't, or they haven't yet anyway. But if it ever gets to that point, I really hope that will happen. Somebody will set them straight, whether I'm there or not. And again, as a parent, that's my choice to give that kind of opportunity to the community that I love, right? And I understand that not everybody's going to be as comfortable with that. But maybe, like I said, we need to get uncomfortable, because in those times that was legit. Like, my neighborhood didn't look the way it look now. I don't know who this book is, but his name is spray painted on every wall. Whoever's book's mom needs to get mad at book, because my dad can't do it now because they're going to call the cops to my dad. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like that is definitely something we need to digest. And Auntie, as you mentioned, the research, I think that would be awesome to find out what those changes are. How do people feel now about those kinds of things? Especially, as I said, with the extended family and having a part in the rearing of the kids to the point where it is now. Growing up, me and my cousins all called each other's brother and sister, right? Because we were together every day. My grandma yelled at us all every day. But we knew that my grandma always used to say, like, hey, no use saying sorry when you've done it. So we knew don't make mistake. Hey, don't do something you're not supposed to do. My grandpa used to say, if it's not toy, don't play with it. So those are all values that I bring now. And I'm sure I've updated them so I don't say it like that. But like you mentioned, that's where that values, where they start to grow. And another thing that gets me, and again, I don't mean to offend anybody or to monopolize this microphone, but growing up, everybody was auntie or uncle, right? Nowadays, I feel, and again, I'm not trying to offend anybody. I'm just going to use this platform while I got it. Nowadays, I feel that the Western vision of age and vanity has screwed that up. I don't see a problem being called uncle. I don't see a problem for somebody to acknowledge that, yes, I'm older than them. And to me, and the way I express it when I call people uncle or auntie is the same thing. I recognize that you have experiences that I could benefit and learn from. But there are a lot of people nowadays in our community who don't agree, who say, no, don't call me auntie. I'm not that old yet. Auntie, you're old. Stop. You know what I mean? I want to learn from you. So because of that Western, and I really think it is because of the makeups and all those things, and again, no judgment for me, but that's something that our culture and our people on Guam, I feel like we didn't have to deal with that before. But now more and more I see it, and more, my son opens the door for a lady at the mall the other day, and she goes, like, gives the look, like, you better open the door. Right? No, thank you, no, nothing. My son didn't think anything. Like, oh, of course I got to open the door for Sina. That's good. But Sina was 35 years old. Do you see what I'm saying? And then later, when we were going back down the other part of the concourse, she dropped something or something, and he said, here, auntie, you dropped this. And she said, I'm not old. Don't say auntie. To an 11-year-old kid, bruh. You feel me? So while I'm trying to raise them in that same way so that they can have that respect and that love and try to keep on that cultural aspect, we as adults, again, need to take, ownership of that. How are we contributing to that? Are we killing the culture? Are we killing the family unit the way that it should be, the way that it could be, the way that it was? That's a different conference, y'all. We'll meet you there.
Yeah, thanks, Kyle. Thank
I'm not
you
gonna
so
talk
much.
anymore.
No, it's so good. You're our afternoon from like Judge Barcinas was our morning. So you guys are not, but it's honestly incredible what you're speaking on, and this is why I love opening it up to the audience, because you all are seeing it and have that experience to bring to the table what you all want to hear from our speakers and our experts. And I know we only have a few minutes left, but Hannah, I wanted to turn it to you about getting the youth involved, because the other thing with Guam about how we have, it's so easy to run into our elders. I'm an uncle. It's regarding the youth, though. How do we get the youth a seat at the table? What are your recommendations to some of these organizations that may be in the room that perhaps inviting the youth? Are the youth, do they have an appetite to get involved in making these changes and part of these conversations?
We have a really awesome program. It's the peer educator program. So basically all the kids that do our substance use prevention program. So these workshops, we've had about like 260 high school kids go through this workshop. And all of them are offered the opportunity to continue working with us. So it's so that they can take with those lessons that they learned and then share it with other people. Because one thing the youth are most, or the things that are most impressionable on the youth that we found is that it's each other. It's their friends that they're going to listen to, especially at certain age groups. So elementary school kids, they're going to listen to their parents, their teachers, the principal. Middle school youth, maybe they won't trust their teachers as much, their parents as much. Maybe they'll talk more amongst each other or strictly online. And then with high school youth, they're looking at each other and then their school aides. And this is real data. This is from the what is the word? It's something that we worked on with the prevention branch, the peace office at Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center. Oh my gosh, I'm like totally blanking on the name of it. But if you want to meet me to get that data, I can. But basically, it's just saying that people are influenced by different things at different ages. I mean, right now, listening to you guys talk about who influences you the most and what values or how you communicate values. Right now, I can say I honestly owe that all to my parents. Like, I was listening to teachers, I was listening to only my parents. Even if I was doing good or bad in school, it didn't matter. But at this time, we have to recognize where the most effective people are in communicating these values that we're talking about. So to get the youth involved, you need to not only just you need to teach the kids what's there, but also have them empowered to tell you the information that they had, make them the teachers. And this is something that even college professors do. They give you a chapter and then they make you present it um, up to the rest of the class, just to see that you're actually understanding the information, and it works. It forces you to really understand what you're teaching. So we have an active peer educator program. We also make sure that these kids get opportunities, like paid opportunities. So they are called peer educators, but it's a volunteer program. So they get compensated like around $10 an hour for their time. And it encourages them to really believe in, the work that they're doing. So yeah, that's one way of getting kids involved, is not just, talking to them, but also giving them the opportunity to share that knowledge or their perspectives. Because the more that they're involved in it or one-on-one with that, with the information, then the more that they carry it on and onward, especially if they're the ones teaching it. So yeah, that's my 2 cents.
That's amazing. Thank you. And like you say, it went too far off. So you all next. Did you all have anything to say? I'll give you guys so much time. Oh, they're shaking their head. But no, please engage, and we want to hear from you all. And thank you for being here. And I know we only have just a few more minutes, but I wanted to see, Joshua, did you have any closing thoughts against the youth and poverty and your perspectives from other communities? Did you have any other thoughts that you wanted to add?
No, I could talk for days, but I'm going to yield my time to what's been said, because I feel like we've talked a great deal about the education, about bringing youth in and participation, and to your point a little bit about the volunteerism. Everybody here is a volunteer in some capacity. We all have the initiative to be doing stuff, but we're such just as volunteers as a whole, we're such a small population of folks that want to take their time to do stuff, because I have 3 jobs and 2 kids and everything too, but I still like doing stuff and being out and about, and my wife likes kicking me out of the house because I'm a lot of energy, I guess. So but that's just trying to bring parents into organizations to be part of it, and I put on seminars in the summertime for environmental stuff at the local park, and I try to make it so it's not just a drop-off deal for the 5 or 10 or 12 kids that'll sign up for it, but it turns into, because the parents just aren't. So I try to invite them in. I try to bring them in and have a little bit of adult stuff as well as the environmental side of the house for the kids. So it's just part of having everybody be involved in the stuff that's going on.
Thank you, Joshua. Kyle, I'll give you the last minute before we go on break.
I've got nothing.
Wait.
I've dropped it everywhere already.
All right.
Thank you. And thank you very much for having me.
Kyle, I want to hear your message to the young people.
To the young
you have 1
people?
minute, you give them.
I have 3 messages for young people. The first one is be kind, obviously, right? Be kind to each other. Be kind to people who are helping you. Be kind to people that you don't think are helping you, because they may be helping you. And one day when you're 32 years old, sitting down, drinking a Coca-Cola by yourself, you're going to go, oh, they helped me. So be nice to people. The other thing I want to tell you is be nice to your parents and people that are steering you, whether you want to go in that direction or not, only because they're living the life that they're living, just like you're living the life you're living for the first time. So if you make a mistake, just like you're like, oh, they've been doing it longer and they're still making mistakes. Okay, so don't hold it against them. And then the third thing I'll tell you is just be real with yourself. Okay, there's going to come so many opportunities where people think that they are something, but they're not that. And there's nothing wrong with you looking at yourself in the mirror and saying, okay, I'm not going to look like Jason Momoa tomorrow, but I have time right now to go and do some push-ups. It's okay to acknowledge that your journey is filled with little wins that are just as encouraging and empowering to help you get to the giant win. Thank you, children.
Coming from someone.
Actually, you're supposed to
But
clap.
very
You
wise.
guys, come on. Don't act like it's the first time we met. We literally hang out. You're not be clapping.
Very wise words. So that concludes. Thank you again. Round of applause for our panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you. Careful exiting the stage. So we are now going to be going on a 15-minute break as our next session is 3:30 to 4:30. And we have the two breakout sessions? Two breakout sessions. We're going to be hearing from public health in Todu Guam in one session, and Ghri and Sanctuary and West Care in the other breakout session. So again, same breakout rooms that you were all in earlier. And we will have folks, our team in the hallway to help navigate you all to your respective rooms. And then we're going to meet back here at 4:30 for our closing and to get everybody's thoughts. We're going to again open the floor so that you all feel that your voice has been heard. So again, 15-minute break, go forth, have some more coffee, because we hope to see you afterwards at the art reception. Thank you. Thank you for being together and have art. All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you for sticking with us all day today. Again, Mary Kate Saliva and Erica Anderson, we're the co-founders of the Guam Human Rights Initiative. We wanted to just take this session. We were not planning to take long, probably just about 15 minutes or so, but we did want to open the floor to get feedback from all of you about today and some of your takeaways. I believe we lost our runner. Where did Button go? Our mic runner. But essentially, we would like to open the floor, and we do hope that you take a bit of a break, walk around. But again, we're going to have Microchild playing live music at the Prego Room here in Weston at 5:30 until 8 o'clock tonight. And you probably see that the artwork around in the hallway out there has the auction bidding sheets out already. You'll see that some folks have already started bidding. So please, again, support the proceeds are going to be supporting the Guam Homeless Coalition. And we're just super grateful for this opportunity and for the donations from local artists and even a couple pieces that came from off island from folks who have ties to Guam. So again, thank you for bearing with us. Do we have anyone? No, and we did this. I feel like Erica and I are making this a tradition, but shout out to Miss Kim, Erica's mom, who just, supports us through everything. And then my mother-in-law, Belle Saliva. So can we just clap for our moms? Like they're just super awesome. So I'm like,
We're going to plan the next conference on Mother's Day.
Yeah, literally, we show just our appreciation for our moms. But in all seriousness, again, I learned about this because I remember I was at a conference one time with Cynthia Cabot from Guam Coalition, and I'm like, oh, it's been such a long day. Why are they opening up this session for us to talk about our feelings even more? And Cynthia was like, Mary Kate, it's important for people to have a voice. And she really made me eat my words because, per usual in Cynthia style. But I really took that and honed that in because it is important for everybody here to feel like they have that voice. And maybe you're less intimidated now because there's not so many people in here. But is there anybody who would like to start us off? Just some of your takeaways from today. The Guam Coalition folks in the back looking at you.
Will you share something that you've learned today that may have surprised you?
Jackie? Specifically.
I've heard that Burma doesn't only have what we call Section 8, they offer other. Hafide, good afternoon. My name is Alejandro Gagarin from the Guam Coalition Against Sexual Assault and Family Violence. Just from their last our breakout session, I learned more about what GRUA does. Like we all go around and it's like, oh, I'm under Ghri, oh, under Section 8, and that's it. But definitely with them opening up all the treatment, helping open up all the treatment facilities for the drug and alcohol abuse, and now opening the women's residential is definitely something, yeah, it's something close to my heart because definitely it is something that is taking over the island, and it is something that leads to poverty. And definitely today just really makes me want to go out there and help the community even more, and tackle the problem that's coming, because definitely I don't want my kids to be on the streets, and that's what I took away from today. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hafaday, I'm Jackie with the Guam Coalition Against Sexual Assault and Family Violence. I took away quite a bit, especially the services and resources that are in place and that are out there and what's to look forward to. It makes me it makes me feel so hopeful that there are things in place to reach out to the community that's living in poverty, and also the different like levels of what that is, recognizing it as a community and being able to and that there's plans that are already in place and already being thought of, and the idea of us coming together I think is really great. Targeting our youth is very important, and people that are coming out of substance misuse I think is very important as they want to experience a new way of life and a change. I really enjoyed Judge's remarks this morning. He's very lively and he's really on point, which was really refreshing. And then all of the people that spoke were fantastic. It's just those key lively ones that were entertaining, like Kyle in the afternoon. And thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you so much, Jackie. Thank you. I just, and just special shout out to the Guam Coalition Against Sexual Assault and Family Violence, because you guys are our OG supporters when we first got Ghri off the ground. So just really grateful to the whole team for your continued support. Does anyone else want to share any key takeaways from today or any comments?
Thank you.
Sarah.
I was just amazed and very grateful that we had a room full of people that are way younger than me, that really have the passion and the love for our island and our island people. I mean, that's amazing. And I'm just so grateful and thankful for that, first of all.
Thank you.
And the second thing I'm so grateful for is that they have made the intersect between all of this good work that all the different nonprofits and governmental entities do and human rights. They see that intersect. That's very fundamental to all that we do. And if we don't promote that, it's like, what are we about? So I really thank you all for putting this on, bringing everyone together. And I hope that we'll keep being mindful of that intersect between the basic human rights of our people and the services that we provide, and keeping that love and passion alive. Thank you.
Actually, just as part of that, I love that throughout the day, the human element has been very centered. I also love that culture was so central and community were so central, because it really does make such a difference in the way that these things are approached. It's not just a checkbox exercise. These are the people that live in our communities, and it makes such a difference when you actually see them as people. and not just as an inconvenience or a check mark to write off the list. So at least for me, I thought that was incredibly beautiful throughout the day.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much. And a shout out, because we do have a couple of our board members here, Dr. Anita Borja Enriquez, President, University of Guam. And Sarah, thank you so much. You're our newest board member. So thank you again for taking part and joining our mission with your extensive experience and a distinguished UOG alum. We also have Dr. James G. on the board as well.
And Alicia Limtiaco.
Alicia Limtiaco. Yes. And so it's just incredible, because these are folks that, a decade ago when Eric and I were University of Guam grad students, we were like on the street corner of Marine Corps Drive with signs holding up "It's happening," trying to raise awareness about human trafficking, like a couple of hippies on the side of the road. But we were really passionate back then, and it was great that our mentors, our former professors, that they have stuck by us all these years, and that it just made us want to come back. And you saw it today, even for folks that spoke out, like even Judy Huffman, folks who are not from Guam, but they feel that Hafa spirit, and they feel tied to want to give back to Guam. And so it is our aim. That's why we wanted to keep the conference free. We recognize that a lot of conferences were competing. You all could have chosen from a variety of other activities to do today on a Friday, but we're so grateful that you spent it today with us. And our aim was to keep it free, because we did want to get the young people. And I think that was a big part of it, was getting them to come to stay engaged and have a seat at the table with all of you. One of our speakers earlier, Hannah, she mentioned about how when she was at the closed luncheon with the speaker, she's like, these are people that I remember seeing in the news and reading about in the paper. And here they are sitting in front of me, like former speaker Judy Wampat sitting across from her, and like Dr. Nia, these are folks that she sees like on TV or in the news, and here she is as the next generation sitting at the same table talking about these issues. So it's quite incredible. All right, so we wanted to give you your time back, and so that way you all have time to freshen up, get some coffee, do a little jig, and get down to Prego. I just want to give a shout out to upstairs. I'm all backwards, but our team, I just want to do a special round of applause for Glee team from University of Guam for your work today on the tech side of the house. Thank you so much. They were behind the scenes doing all things tech, sound and photography. And then to Miracle Mogul, Natasha St. Nicholas, Bentley St. Nicholas, who've been running around making this entire event happen with a 5-person team. So thank you. Oh, we have one more before we close out.
I just got a little win back, but I've been so exhausted. I want to just commend both Mary Kate and Erica. They don't live here, but their hearts are always thinking back here. And I see a lot of the pride in the face of mommies over there. And so I have to say that our generation, and I echo what Miss Sarah has said, but we come from a generation where we're seeing a lot of our friends or a lot of our colleagues pass away. And I'm so heartened by the passion that I'm seeing in your generation. I say that because we see a lot of our younger folks leaving island. They're immigrating to the U.S. mainland. And our island needs all of you. Okay, you represent influencers within your generation. The importance of being able to have good, solid input about what is really going on in our communities, and not just to base planning or decision making on just hearsay, but learning from conference like this that bring together those with the data, the information, the insights, the experiences, so you have, a clear context about what is truly going on our island. I often tell people when I meet them back there, those who used to live on Guam, I say, those of us who are still here, we're the last of the Mohicans trying to hold down the fort to make sure that Guam remains good. Okay, Guam remains good as long as we keep in mind the great island values that we hold, and the island values that speak to community, taking care of each other, the island values that speak to respect. And that's what's lacking in a lot of spaces across the states, the lack of respect. You see people, I mean, it's just horrible how people speak about each other on social media, on the national news. It's scary. So respect draws from your Lolas, your Nanas, your Tatas, your Lolos, okay? That respect grounded by community and grounded by faith. Because when you respect each other, it comes back. And that's what makes up our resiliency as an island culture, as an island people. So I encourage you, because, you know, our generation is moving on. You are the ones, you're the last of the Mohicans. They're going to be holding down the fort to make sure Guam remains good for its people now and to the future. And so I want to thank Mary Kate and Erica for just sharing their talents, sharing their knowledge, sharing their hearts, and bringing others along this voyage so that we can continue the good work of taking care of our people. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Anita.
All right, close this out. Close this out.
Thank you all so much, especially those of you who have stayed the whole day. I know it's been long. It's been a lot of information. It's been a difficult topic. And we really appreciate you being here with us and sharing your insights and expertise. We do hope you'll stay for the arts reception upstairs at Prego at 5:30. We've got Microchild playing. They're a fantastic local band. If you haven't heard them, really phenomenal. And the menu looks really good. So please do join us. Please do join us for future GHRI events. We always endeavor to keep them free and to have lots of food available because we would love to have as much community engagement as possible. So thank you all so much for being here with us and have a great weekend.
Yes, and please tag us on your socials.
Yes.
Thank you. Eva. And take Asia's beautiful artwork that she did on the table for you guys. Take it home, color. So proud of that girl.